Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, but we're never gonna do as we're told. We're painting by numbers, chasing rainbows like we're looking for gold. Through the oceans, through the desert, across the mountains, on 100 fields of gold. We were born to be legends, but we chose to take the beaten road. We're never looking back, we are the runaways. We try never to stay the same. When skies are turning black, we're dancing
anlamadığım şey
серьезно.
bugün
У вас
Gambit'e
две
karşı
команды
oynamıyoruz.
отлетели
Şunu
первыми с
anlamıyorsun.
турнира
Şeydos
вообще.
ve Nets'i bu
У вас
takımdan
в
çıkar.
принципе
Bu
только
takım
стрелять умеют.
ilk
Нет,
8'e bile
вообще ноль
giremez.
вопросов.
Berlin'e
Наш
yani
регион лучший,
anlamadığım şey
биты. Мало
neden
что
bu kadar
топ-1 мира.
kazanabilecek
Еще и
Okay,
топ-1 мира.
boys, I get it. I understand. You both think you have the best team here. You both think you have the best region in this final. Let me just translate what you've been saying to each other now. Okay, right, Rillian, Vlad thinks like Gambit, you're a two-man team. Without Nat, without Shados, you're nothing. You won't even be here. And Vlad, Rillian, he knows that you guys can shoot heads, you know, pew pew, great, but you got no strategies. You're not gonna do anything today against Gambit, let's be honest. But the problem is, we've got Masters coming up, and guess what? Europe, we're sending 2 teams there, so technically we're still the best.
Come on, still the best European players from Turkey. Серьезно? Синет! Он самый лучший? Нет,
Yani
ноль
anlamadığım
вопросов.
şey
Ноль вопросов.
Evet, hiçbir
Как
takım.
бы у нас наш регион не только Синедом славен, у нас есть еще очень много
hepsi
крутых команд.
sıra sıra
Европа,
geçtik hepsini.
сильнейший
Yine
регион.
anlamıyorsunuz. Yine anlamıyorsunuz.
Серьезно.
Contact, ici une première tête, on vous l'a dit, Lothar, un doublé même, un triple kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of the EMEA Challengers playoffs. We started stage 3 with hundreds of teams across 3 different regions, and we're now down to just 2 teams, Supermassive Blaze and Gambit. And today, one of them will be crowned the kings of EMEA. I am your host, Yinsu, and we have brought in the big guns for the finals desk. It's Lothar and Kaquka.
Hello, Yinsu. I mean, this day is gonna be nuts, if you know where I'm coming from.
Starting off strong. Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here, as always.
Yeah, and we also have a special guest with us as well. He is one of the best in-game leaders in all of EMEA Valorant. Please give a warm welcome to Angel from FPX. Hi, Angel. Welcome to the show.
Hello Yinsu. Hello everyone. And thanks for inviting me.
It's great to have you here with us. Now, before we dive into things today, we got to talk about yesterday because Kaquka, Ascend, the last standing European team, they're out.
Yeah, it was bye-bye for Europe, but holy, the first best of 5 that we had, they took us to that 4th map, and it was really intense. At the beginning, it felt that it was going to be pretty even on that Ascent, but after buying, and especially after that last map, Haven, I mean, what can we say? Gambit has been proving themselves all through this competition, so they deserve to be here today.
Yeah, they definitely do indeed. But of course, Ascend, many people thought this was the team that was gonna reach the final, but they're not to be. And Angel, you know, Ascend were the last European team in the tournament. And what have you made of Europe's performances in this competition?
I wouldn't call Europe performance like bad. I would call Gambit's and SMB performance very good. It's like I think CIS and Turkish teams improved a lot from the previous Masters, and I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, since the previous Masters we had seen Turkish and RCS region a little bit underperforming when we had a comparison to EU. But it seems like EU kind of stopped progressing in the same pacing, just like Turkish and CIS teams did. Or maybe it's the case of getting comfortable when it comes to big tournaments, right? Because let's not lie here, Turkish teams and CIS teams have a little bit less experience when it comes to those big appearances than the EU teams.
Yeah, it's great to finally see some real competition at the end of this tournament. Now, we've had some intense competition here in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket, but our very own Ryan Central and Kaquka went head-to-head earlier this week. Check this out.
Servus, salut, and obviously welcome to the Challengers Quiz, where we once more trying to challenge our EMEA talent to figure out who's the biggest brain. To be honest, to be very frank, I know that the biggest brain is already here closest to me. No offense. That's obviously Ryan Central. Nobody else could be obviously coming at us with the best knowledge and facts. And to always have a little representation from Spain and also coming in with the right kind of facts is obviously Kaquka over here on my left hand. What agent can flash an opponent even when they look away? I rephrase it. What agent can flash an opponent when that opponent is looking away?
Wait.
Omen.
Absolutely correct. Of course it is Ryan knowing the first question. It is Omen. It is obviously the paranoia. You can look at every direction. But you know, this is now where Lothar comes in, because the question is, Lothar could pretty much wake up at 3 a.m. and be sure to answer that question. What is Viper's first name? That is difficult. It's a female name, that is for sure. And of course, it is a name which I would say is actually quite usual in the region of Germany, for example.
I don't think it's that helpful for us.
Yeah, you know it. You know.
See, I know stuff about this because this was like a data mine name, and people thought that this was going to be another agent, but it ended up. I think it starts with an M. That's all I remember.
Starts with an S, to be accurate. 6 letters. Ends with an E.
Oh, I know it. I can't remember.
6 letters.
Sa... Am I going well?
I'm not going to tell you. Go
Oh,
on.
come on, Sa...
Yeah, ça. Si comme ça.
Oh, Sabine.
Yes! I mean, I have to give it.
getting
It is
there.
Ryan once more finishing it off. Very nice try to get the opening, but Ryan obviously the second point secured. Ryan, you're pretty much popping off here. No big surprise, to be frank. The next question is something that all you casuals, hardcore players, and just watchers definitely know. It's once more very easy. It's very simple to know. And it is the question, which map has a graffiti of a giraffe? Ryan was first. I'm very sorry. That's
What's a beat?
I know what it is.
I'm very sorry. Kaquka, listen, reaction time counts, same as in Valorant. Perfect performance by Ryan once more. I'm not quite sure why we got Kaquka here, but nevertheless, it's going on and on and on. Yeah, pretty much give it. It's nothing personal. But the next one is impossible. If you guys know it out there, I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed. So there's a lost house on Breeze. And in that lost mansion, you have 4 plushy animals having a dinner. So we're gonna do it like that each of you can name an animal. We have multiple attempts. What 4 plushy animals?
Even the big one?
What does that supposed to mean? They're all plushy animals.
Okay, there's a bear? There's no
Correct?
bear?
That's the first out of 4. Very good, Kaquka. That's the first out of 4. Obviously, we have 3 more.
Isn't there like a massive worm with a
Yeah, I
top
was going
hat?
for the worm. That's
worm?
I mean the size.
That is officially not in. That doesn't count because I think that's the host. That's the host. It does not count. Go on. I mean, what do you got? Second one.
I mean, can I say the penguin just because? No? Yeah?
Penguin is absolutely right. Of course, that is the second one. Right. Still got to get you one here. It's easy. I know that you can find that. You can find that it's a pet, for example. One of them is a pet. You have that. Some people have it at home. It's not too
Is it a
big.
cat? It's one a cat.
There's no cat. There's
Is it
no
a dog?
It is no dog.
What pets do people have?
Come on. Yes.
Squirrel.
That's absolutely right. That's the third one.
Keeps a squirrel
It's
as
the
a pet.
third one. We have one more.
You're
And
insane.
actually, I was referring to another one. Kaquka was just having mind-blowing knowledge there. It's something. It's fluffy, big ears, rather cat-sized.
Rabbit?
Milos?
A rabbit it is.
Rabbits are
It is a rabbit.
cat-sized.
Sort of. I mean, a bunny can be cat-sized to some degree.
That's terrifying.
It's terrifying, but it is the truth. And therefore, this is obviously 3 points to Kaquka, 1 for Ryan, and that one, if I'm correct, you're still in the lead. And that is quite impressive. But still, there is obviously a question where you come to lore. We had really good knowledge right now. Now it's time to get creative because there was an agent that says, and I gotta quote that, we have one job, save the Earth, no excuses. Who is that?
Brimstone.
You say Brimstone. I'm gonna give Kaquka a chance here to get a point. You
Save
can
the
gamble.
world, no excuses.
We have one job. Save the Earth. No excuses.
Is it KO?
It is KO. Impressive. It is actually, considering the matter of fact that he's somewhat saving the world. Oof, that's actually impressive. This was an exceptional quiz, the challenges quiz to be accurate. And obviously, we had two excellent guests on my site. The points are going to be displayed. And we thank you very much for watching. Be there for the next quizzes because there's more to come.
Now, we love a good quiz here on the desk. And Angel, we've got you here with us today. So, I got to test your brain. I got to put you on the spot. Now, I know you are known for your Omen plays. People associate you with that agent. I wanted to know if you knew what Omen likes to do, an activity he likes to do that helps him to focus. It's in the voice lines in the game. So, any guesses, Angel?
To be honest, I have no clue.
Oh my God, we
My
sucked
voice line
Angel.
is in Russian. And I don't remember.
Okay, I'll give you that, but it's actually knitting. So Omen, he likes to knit. It helps him focus. I think I learned this from Zesht as well. Zesht teaches us a lot about all of the trivia here. And Kaquka, I just can't believe you lost to Ryan
Listen,
Central.
okay, we need to talk about this because that video was edited, okay? I still have to prove my point because Omen's paranoia, it's a blind, it's not a flash. You can see, okay? You cannot see a lot, but you can see, okay?
I agree with Kaquka. She got bamboozled here, that. That is technically a
5-3.
blind.
Maths don't lie, guys. Scores don't lie. Scores don't lie.
You said Omen likes to knit. You think he did the cape that he has himself?
It would make a lot of sense if he did. Yeah. Maybe the next patch we can find out. Right. Well, speaking of winning and losing, we have a massive best of 5 coming up today here. Like we said, Supermassive Blaze against Gambit. Now, Ascend yesterday, they had a bit of advantage in terms of the map bans, Lothar. In the best of 5, Ascend were the upper bracket team. They came down from the upper bracket, which meant they could ban one out. So talk me through the best of 5 nuances we're going to see today.
Well, essentially it means that the team that is coming from the upper bracket, in this case SMB, they'll be able to ban while their opponents will not be able to ban. And since we only have 6 maps so far, well, the mathematics are pretty clear on that, right? So what does that change? I feel like when it comes to the preparations, we're going to see Gambit have a little bit more homework to do than SMB, because SMB we're going to be certain, well, we don't play this map, we don't have to prepare it. Typically, SMB has 2 options of choice. I will guess they will go most likely for Breeze, but we'll see, since Gambit didn't have a lot of tapes on that map as well. But it's going to be interesting because it has a different dynamic than we typically see in a best of 3.
Yeah, and as Lothar said, SMB, they're going to be the ones that have an advantage coming into this. Angel, it didn't really work out that way when it came to Gambit yesterday. So do you still see this map ban as a big advantage for SMB?
To be honest, I don't think it's as big as it sounds, because SMB most likely will ban Breeze. Breeze is one of the maps which Gambit also don't like to play. And on this tournament, they played all the maps. So I don't think it's going to be a very big advantage.
Yeah, Gambit, they proved themselves. Even on the map that they don't play yesterday, they managed to win it out. But let's talk a little bit more about Supermassive Blaze. Lothar, they're still the only team in this entire tournament that hasn't lost.
They lost only 1 map, but not a single match, and they actually played way less than Gambit, since Gambit had the lower bracket journey, right? When it comes to the maps played, Supermassive played on this event 7 times, while Gambit played 15. One could question maybe Gambit is, let's say, more experienced because of this event and will have an upper hand. We'll see in the interviews with Gambit, who have heard that they are loving to learn during the game, right? So SMB, do they give them a lot of lessons to learn from? I feel like SMB is one of those teams that you essentially cannot really counter-strat too much, because they are so good at fundamental play that you just have to be ready. Oh, if there's a guy here, there's most likely a second guy in a crossfire, and that's one of their strengths. This is why SMB are so good, because they have the quintessential roles nailed in place. There's no one just looking for new openings. There's always someone knowing what his teammate will do and how can I synergize with that.
Well, Angel, you guys faced Supermassive Blaze a bit earlier in this tournament. Are you surprised how well they've able to perform here?
I wouldn't call it a surprise because like the nicknames on their side is very good, and I was very impressed by the way they playing attacking sides on all of the maps. It's like they have really good structure, they have really good ideas how to play every map, and even their aggressive plays, which like Turkish players are famous for, looks very strategical. You know, it's not just like pushes just to push.
Yeah, some teams might think that. I was actually talking to Tanya and I was asking them about all the matches that they had and what they found the most difficult. And he told me that the one that they most prepared for, not only because it was the first one, was the FPX one. So that goes for you, Angel.
What can I say? Unlucky.
Yeah,
I would prefer for them not to prepare.
Well, speaking of Tani, speaking of Coach Tani, I caught up with him a little bit earlier, and this is what he had to say about today's matchup. I'm now joined by Coach Tani from Supermassive Blaze. Hi, Tani, welcome to the show. Now, I just wanted to start off with something that Russ said in an interview recently. You know, he said that he took the risk to go to Supermassive Blaze because he knew this team was going to succeed. He believed in you guys, but he didn't expect the results to come so soon. Now, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't think many of us expected the results that we had. We blitzed through the qualifiers in Turkey with only 20 days practice. So that was a bit unexpected. But once we did that, the team really, they got hyped. They got extra motivation to do well in EMEA, which is why we have just been solidly grinding for the past month after we qualified for it.
Now, everybody calls this the Turkish super team, and I think you're starting to prove why that is. But is there anything about your team you feel like is a little bit underrated or people don't know about?
I'd say the most underrated thing is Para's IGLing, because he is super new to this role. At least for me, since he was on Heretics with me, he did not talk at all because of the language barrier. So now to see him talk constantly and direct the team and what to do is just like a crazy difference. And I'm not sure people realize that he's the IGL or how much he does for the team. But yeah, that's probably the most underrated thing, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, I definitely didn't realize that he, improved this much. Thank you for that insight. Now, you have Gambit today. They're looking a little bit scary. They're making that lower bracket run. What do you think will be the biggest challenge for your team today?
Nats. I mean, there's no other answer to that question. Trying to deal with the timings that he gets is going to be really tricky. We do a similar thing with Para, which is like part of the reason for our own success. So we kind of understand it, but we also know how hard it is to counter. So that's going to be quite hard.
Well, it's going to be a great matchup today between Pora and Nats for sure. And lastly, before I let you go, they made some changes yesterday. We saw Gambit with some tricks up their sleeves. Is there anything that you guys are going to do today? Are we going to see you maybe push the boat out and experiment?
I'm not sure you'll see that much. The team hasn't had too long to practice in between our games because we had to go get our visas. So we're going to just be sticking to what we know and what we do well. And hopefully that's enough to close it out here.
Yeah, well, what you do well so far has led you to this point, so I have full faith in you. Thank you so much for joining us, Tani, and best of luck in this grand final.
Thank you, Yinsu.
Now, Tani, he said that Nats will be their biggest challenge today. But Angel, I want to know that from your perspective, if you had to pick a player on the side of SMB as to say their biggest win condition or an impact player, who would you pick?
Oh, I'm so sorry. To be honest, I'm really impressed by Turco. When he's on point, you better hide. It's like his aim, his duels, winning percentage is very high when he's on point. So I would call for him.
Well, that's actually on point because I remember vividly many situations when Turco was closing out clutches. There were 2 times, one time on split, one time on ascent, when I was super impressed by a very simple play. When he was rezzing a player with the Sage, he wasn't peeking first just to get the first contact. He was baiting his own teammate, and he was very patient to get the contact on the res player and then just trade out. Those are simple things, but they are making a huge difference in the just to win or lose a round. And we have seen on the professional play that players on Sage are losing those situations.
Yeah, I mean, Turco, you've been singing his praises as well all week, Kaquka, but SMB, they're going to be taking on the lower bracket Demons, and we heard from Nat yesterday. He's not here to lose this. He wants to win.
Yeah, exactly. And the entire Gambit, I mean, their journey has been extremely long. They got this far. Actually, they only got like one more match than SMB, but every single one of these players have proven themselves so much in every single map. Of course, it wasn't easy for them. I mean, they got that first win against Guild, but Ascend knocked them to that lower bracket. And then from then on, it was just matches, and that revenge yesterday against Ascend, it feels so good for them. And we've seen them grow and learn so much. And it's what I'm telling you, there's, of course, we love Nats, we love Rhaegar when he pulls out the rain. I know you, especially Yinsu. But every single one of them has their clutch moment. So that is what's scary about the team. Also, the fact that they're such slow pace is really hard to adapt to them, because if they change the tempo, there's nothing you can do against.
But also, I feel like some people might not have predicted the Supermassive Blaze would be in the final, but Kaquka, you know, it's not a big surprise that Gambit are here.
No, actually not. I mean, we're talking about CAS against Turkey, and I feel like Gambit specifically has worked so much for this and has overcome so many European teams. They gotta be here.
Well, Gambit, they made it this far under the leadership of their IGL of Redgar, and I had the pleasure of chatting to the Reina God himself earlier. I'm now joined by Redgar from Gambit. Hi, Redgar, welcome back to the show. Now, yesterday, you guys pulled out all the stops. You know, you changed up some of your team comps. You're going to be expected to play Haven again today. Are you concerned that the comp that you used yesterday might not work today?
Hi, Yinsu. Hi, everyone. I think we maybe tried to do something new. I don't know, because we just, like I said previously, we're playing Heaven just for fun. We didn't practice that map like 4 months, so just have fun on that map.
Is the Reina going to come out today?
I don't know. We will see it after 1-2 maps, I guess.
Hopefully we do see it. Now, you guys have only played against European teams in this tournament, so this will be your first time playing against a non-European team. What have you made of the Turkish teams in this tournament so far?
Can you repeat?
You've only played against European teams in this tournament, but today you're going to be facing a Turkish team. What have you made of the Turkey region in this tournament so far?
At the start of the tournament, I think that SMB can make really far on this tournament. I hope that Oxygen can make it too, but they lost, and I was really sad about it. But SMB showed us really good performance, and I'm really glad that we can play versus them. It's really good experience. We can practice a lot. We can take so much from their play style. They're playing really aggressive and smart right now, so it will be an interesting game.
Well, they haven't lost to a single team yet here. Do you feel like you can be the first team to beat them? And if so, why?
I feel we can do it, but I don't really think about that too much, because we just want to play our game and show everyone that we can play versus European team, we can play versus Turkish team, and versus another regions.
And lastly, everybody, used to talk about your team. You're the scrim gods. You're the team that everybody is scared of in practice. Do you feel like now you've done enough to kind of live up to that title and show everybody that you're not just good in scrims, but you're also good in officials?
With our results, we showed that we can play in official games like practice game on scrims. But in my opinion, we are far away from that condition that we are showing on scrims, and we have to practice a lot to get get this how I have to say it condition and make all and show everyone that we're really good.
Well, you guys are already very good, but thank you so much, Redgar, for joining me, and best of luck in your game today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Now, Redgar, he says that they're nowhere near in officials the level they play in scrims. And Angel, I know you've practiced against this team before. Just how good are they in scrims? And do you feel like they're showing some of that here?
Obviously, yes. I think they are like really good at scrims, and I want to give them some respect because they are not the team who allows themselves to relax on pracs. It's not like most of the teams, like when they're winning or when hardly losing, they start to push, like do some aggressions, which they're never gonna repeat on official match, you know. But Gambit shows their professionalism, I would say, yeah, and taking pracs very serious.
Yeah, I think that's very important on a team. It wouldn't be the first time that I hear, some teams just grabbing pracs to chill, even to chill. I mean, the point that we've gotten. But they've proven on the server that they have overcome so many obstacles and they've adapted to so many teams, especially on the comms. Seeing Redgar here, I mean, every single time that we have him is just a pleasure.
It's a joy, isn't it? But they hold themselves to such high standards. They're like, we're not there yet. Even I feel like if they win here, they're probably still feeling like, no, we still haven't won in Masters. We're going to keep going and keep practicing. And one of the players that we spoke about, we mentioned is Nats on that roster, but also on the opposite side, Lothar, we have Pora as well. And this is an interesting matchup.
So they basically both play Sentinels typically, right? But at the same time, they have vastly different playstyle. Pora, remember, he's on IGL right now for SMB, so his stats most likely are a little bit affected. Pora also played only 7 maps in this tournament, while Nats played 15. Nats, for some fun facts, he's more associated with the sapphiRe, yet on this tournament played more Viper than sapphiRe. He had 295 kills so far, 5 with a snakebite, by the way. He had 7 4 kills, 22 3 kills this tournament, absolutely insane. He clutched 60% of his 1v1s and 1v2s, buys Phantom 65% of the rounds, and rarely the Vandal, which is super different from Pora, because everyone in Turkey just seems to be buying the Elder Flame Vandal red version, and that is being chosen by Pora 55 times. But when it comes to ADR, both of those players actually have a higher ADR on defense, which is a massive difference. For Nats, it's a 134 to 168 on defense, while for Pora, it's 131 to 145, so not that big. But Pora didn't clutch yet a single time during the event. Maybe this is going to be the first time.
Well, we shall see, but Nats, a lot of people are saying that he is one of the best players in the world. Even we had him on the show yesterday as well in an interview, and he's also considering that too. Angel, do you feel like Nats is one of the best players in the world?
At the moment, I'm sure he's like the best Sentinel in EU. Yeah, we can. I think everyone can agree with that. It's like the way he plays out of his utility is insane. Like how he plays around his cages, how he uses his camera. He feels like perfectly.
Yeah, his utility usage is been very, very good. But we have to move on to the maps for today. Going to be 5 maps. Lothar has already explained the intricacies of what is going to happen today. But before we get the vetoes in, Lothar, there's probably one map we're not expecting to see today.
Well, most likely Breeze. That's something that both teams prefer not to play, and also it kind of goes in line with Gambit's preferences. Like when we have what we have here between those two teams, they have totally different approaches to the game. Like Gambit is more, let's say, static. Their attack is, let's say, in the red. But on 6 maps, 5 of the maps have less win percentage on attack than 50, while on the defense they go up to 80%, which is a huge difference. And Breeze is an attack map, map based on attack mostly. So they have a little bit of, say, problem when it comes to approaching it. And I feel like this is why we're not going to see it from SMB, because they don't play it, but it also goes in hand with what Gambit doesn't want to play.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit probably wouldn't be too upset not seeing the Breeze come up today. But let's look at the picks today. Again, just one ban and seeing everything in front of us now. Indeed, that Breeze is gone. Supermassive have taken that away. The first 3 maps will be Ascent, Split, and Bind, followed by Haven and Icebox. I'm getting slight deja vu here, Kaquka. Haven coming up a bit later. Is it a surprise again?
Why again? Why is it? Is it really? Is Gambit's Haven scary after what we saw yesterday? I mean, it is. It definitely was. No surprise on the Breeze. I really like the map picks. I feel like the ones that I'm expecting the most, I feel, is Ascent and Bind. We saw that SMB lost to Ascent, but we also have to consider, as Tani said in the interview, they were having some troubles with the visas and they had to get them, so they had to travel for hours before that match, and they were kind of cold when they started playing, but after that first bind, everything went on their favor. So I want to see if they were actually in a disadvantage and they were tired, or if they're not that good on bind.
Well, Angel, now we have the map vetoes ready. What do you think about these 5 maps? Do you feel like it favors one team or another in particular?
I think it's gonna all like this be decided on Ascent. It's like the team who wins it, like both teams plays it like really good, right? So this is a key map for both to focus on. Like Heaven gonna be a bit random. I was surprised, like it wasn't like high in the SMB preferences, right? They just leave it for the first map, so we'll see.
Well, Ascent is going to be very, very important. Lothar, would you agree with that? Do you feel like the team that takes Ascent will get such a big advantage for the rest of the series?
Well, it's the most successful map for both teams so far. SMB in their history, including Turkish challengers, have 7 and 4 scoreline for them, while SMB in VCT has so far 4-0. Gambit has 4-0, which is pretty nice, but also there's a huge difference in the way they play. Ascent on attack typically has Defo controlling top mid, which is something that we don't typically see from SMB, which have a little bit more aggressive stance on how they take control over A and B, while Russ typically has taken space of that top mid and gives vision on mid, which opens up mid for lurks or aggressive pushes from the Jet and the Sage. So the way we're gonna see this map go is that we have a clash of 2 different strategies, which is SMB is more aggressive and more successful, right? While Gambit is more successful on defense. So the win condition for SMB, in my opinion, is definitely the attack.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and see what both teams are choosing. We heard it from Tani. No surprises today. Gambit, they gave us some surprises yesterday, but, as both of you said, Kaquka, this is the map they're confident on.
I know we're still in August, right? But it feels like December. It feels like Christmas when Nats is on Cypher and he's going to be on that A side. I just cannot wait. I mean, they're going to start attacking, but I feel like we're not going to see any surprises. Actually, I would like to see, maybe not now, but for Masters, I would love to see Para, playing more Cypher and not so dependent on the Killjoy. I think he plays Cypher in like 1 or 2 maps. I'd like to see him more on that, but let's see how they do.
And Angel, we're expecting Pora to lock in that Killjoy. Is the Killjoy versus Cypher matchup, what would you prefer here, Angel?
Probably I would prefer Cypher. He's like plays more, works with the zones more, on attacking side, so I like him more.
Yeah, and also I gotta say, Redgar with the Omen, not a big surprise, but before we let you go, Angel, I wanted to ask you, IGL to IGL, how impressed have you been with Redgar's performance in this tournament?
Really impressed. I'm really happy that like my colleague, not only like IGLing for his team, but also performs well, and I'm really happy for like CIS region in general.
Yeah, and Lothar, again, Redgar, he's been performing super well, but this team, Nats, Shadows, it's scary, and they can really turn the heat up here on Ascent.
When you think about it, it's so surprising that the Jet player is actually not really mentioned at all, right? It seems like the entire show is about Nats, it's about Shadows, it's about even Redgar, and I have to say, I'm super impressed with Redgar. He wasn't that stellar before, he wasn't really holding on its own typically, and now we see him with really nuts 2Ks with spray transfers that he nails on. It's like really, let's say, a huge improvement in the most basic thing, which is the mechanics, but it improves the quality of the team so much.
I was laughing because I remember that the first note I took in this tournament about SMB was, why do they play duelists if they just press W?
Well, I mean, they're going to be pressing W a lot on this map, Kaquka. And, you know, agents, they've been locked in now. I know everybody here is in agreement that this is a really important map. So I'm going to, you know, throw the important job to the two of you. Who do you think is going to win on Ascent?
I'm
Ladies first,
Gambit.
please.
I'm going to go with Gambit.
I'm saying SMB.
Oh, okay. Angel, you're the decider here. Who do you think is going to win on Ascent?
I would go for Gambit.
2 Gambit and 1 for SMB. Angel, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you had a nice time.
Yes, I had a nice time. Thank you for inviting me here.
Always, Angel, always. Please come back at any time. Now, we've had to say goodbye to one of the best players here at the EMEA region, and there are only 2 people that can follow that up. That's right, it's Pansy and Hypoc.
Well, that's, you know, quite big shoes to fill there. Angel is an absolute treat to hear from, and of course the desk as well. But we have a grand finals on our hands here, Hypoc. This is the matchup that I know a lot of the regions were looking to see. The Turkish superstars who've just impressed thoroughly throughout this against the brand new look of these Russian giants who are, you know, creeping in the shadows for a while. They were waiting to see if those scrimbucks finally paid off, and they have. It's grand finals time, best of 5. What are your thoughts coming into this? Because we've got so much to talk about, so many maps to go through, but let's start at the very top of things.
I mean, we really do. First of all, what a spectacle this is, right? Roll your minds back to the start of this year when we were talking about the potential depth of this region as a whole and discovering some new faces. I think today is the perfect kind of end to the year here in EMEA. It's the Turkish super team facing off versus some stone cold killers from the CIS.
Deep breaths, ladies and gents. We are 2 seconds away from getting underway in the grand finals between Gambit and SMB. Both sides have looked formidable in their own rights, catching attention left and right, but it is time to start looking at what's in front of us. Gambit going to be starting out on the attacking side, and of course that means that SMB will be on the defensive side, and the man on the screen, the babyface killer himself, Nats, has been just so praiseworthy in the last couple of games we've seen.
Barely missed a beat. You see here. Therefore, actually, I'm going to deal with the alarm bot here. The door already closed through market, so to deal with that as well as SMB already poised back into spawn. Potentially greet this on the way through. It's Izzy and Poor actually potentially looking to walk this smoke, but the wall going to deny that.
Yep, all going down. So a little bit of that mid-control toyed with, but of course the extremities being held. Gambit playing a very, I don't want to say standard approach, but a pretty drilled approach. Nothing too unorthodox. Quite similar to what we saw in previous, but now different opponents will be brave on the other side, taking that first real challenge against Redgar, but actually won out by SMB's Omen there. So a big battle to be won in the crossfire. That pinch coming towards A is going to be very tricky to get past as Russell is going to find Chronicle, and things aren't looking so good for Gambit here.
No, and the spike not committed either way means they still have to recover that. You can see Nats has found space, but Shados now feeling a little lonely. As SMB swarmed through, he's going to find the first, but traded out quickly, and Nats now finds himself at a 1v4. 12 seconds left, just going to look for some kills here. With that spike not committed, like I said, unfortunate really, this round will slip through their fingers. The first comes through, the second as well, but Durko closes things out. Supermassive Blaze will put the first round on the board.
And a good beginning for them. Gambit running a very similar look to what we saw not too long ago. This approach for them is it's tried and tested, put it that way. So at this point we kind of then take a step back and say, for SMB, what does this mean? It kind of gives them that little bit of a, I don't want to say confidence boost, that kind of almost negates them coming in as 100% even keel with Gambit, but that first round under the belt, just feeling warm in the game is so critical for some of these players, I'm sure. Get that nice early confidence building up. We go back in and the purchase coming out, nothing too surprising, nothing going to catch our eye really here. A very light investment, just 2 sheriffs and I think a ghost coming out for Gambit, whereas SMB, of course, good purchase here, nothing really being missed out.
See here if SMB are going to give anything away. Again, Brave to pile on the pressure as Redgar once again, he was solo in the previous round. Yeah, forced away here. We'll have to back up a little bit as actually Turco going to find Defo creeping up short. And here Gambit just sending out the feelers, the fact finders. Try and find something at least. Jados will actually. Brave there for the trade. Redguard trying to deal with this wall now, and that's actually making his way over with a spike. So is he going to head up to heaven with this Marshall?
One enemy remaining.
We'll find the first, and that's already know inside that smoke. Last alive once again, and Izzy lands the no scope as well. The third on the round for him. So good ultimate progress. Again, the things we look towards here, getting the clean round. 4 will survive. And the important one being Izzy. Again, they can ride that out potentially if this one doesn't go their way on a lesser purchase in the future. Again, without these first 2 round victories, it's Gambit kind of trying to get a feel for what for how SMB are going to play here. Again, we talked about this yesterday. Gambit don't really have these set plays, right? It's not really these like really well coordinated site hits. It's just about finding information. It's isolating one player, discovering, you know, potentially where the Sentinels or where Brave will be playing to really find
this.
This is interesting, yeah.
Yeah, death ball approach from SMB, and the payoff is magnificent. Finding Nats, creating that space, getting that weapon to cypher on through. Keep in mind, we have Spectres galore. The rifle is in Power's hand, so this could be important. Let's see if he gets anything done with this one. Shados has found him, so instantly that's quelled. But you talk about ult progress, there it is. Izzy pops the knives out, and we're already game on. And Redgar sat in spawn. Now, luckily for him, the spike ain't too far away, and he finds Russ trying to just build back through, but Izzy and Turco, this is gonna be tricky. They line up! Redgar, he's great for one. The second would be Sublime, but he's not gonna get it for free. Turco's going to make him work for it, but Redgar's got an opportunity now. Walks his own smoke, and Turco now is feeling a little under pressure, and he's actually backed away from this. He's gone, okay, that fight's too much. I don't want to take that, too risky. I'll play the time. I'll play for him to get that spike down. I'll let it get into that world. So now let's look what Redgar does with this. Slowly creeping in towards B. Just going to take time, clear every angle. He has no idea that Turco's backed all the way towards A. No clue at all. So he's going to try and limit the access. Has a little look towards CT, no one close enough, so he's going to go for a very quick plant. And that gives him maybe a chance to get through towards CT if he wants to be a bit fruity with it.
He is actually going to play this aggressive, you're right. And the big thing being, he's got the paranoia, Lauren. Turco could be in trouble here.
But does Redgar even consider this? What? No, he doesn't! Completely unawares!
Oh my word.
He had no clue that Turco went all the way towards A. He was gambling on it being still towards mid, maybe on that flank towards B, somewhere other than CT. And honestly, that CT position could have worked out pretty well if he'd even considered that Turco could have been there.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. He could have positioned so there's isolating one angle, right? Right there, he's exposed to both me main and the potential of somebody coming from A. So it's a slight overstep there from Redgar, but wow. I mean, that was close. When they lined up for him in Link, honestly, the damage done, Turco had to respect that. That's why he backs away to get full benefit of that heal. And again,
bigger picture, Hypoc.
Well,
look at the buy now. Look at the economy. They won the bonus. They took away all those rifles. Yeah, it was close, obviously. It came down to one player, but for SMB, you've got to be laughing now. You're loving this.
Especially with Izzy being able to get the operator online. Again, Bladestorm used, but fine with it being popped prematurely. Look at that, the clack comes through. Defo and Shados will fall. Gambit already at a 2-man disadvantage.
Great work. You couldn't ask for anything more because, again, so, like being Jet, it's a little easy. You can back away. Oh, that's nice work again from Izzy. So well prepared, just stepping back whenever feeling needed. But you can get overwhelmed by the pistols. They can just run you down. They can kind of, you know, as I said, death ball you a little bit. It can be tricky to work around. But that Jet safely playing away with the op there. No real danger as Izzy was always able to back away and had support. We saw that Russ was instantly putting himself on the line for it. No one able to capitalize on this beautiful shot from Nats. But not expecting any less from this man. Gonna give it a good crack. Let's see what he can do. 2 players still to find, and a slow creep around the back as well. Keep in mind that Omen and Killjoy are closing in, and Nats knows his days may be a little numbered. No more damage to be seen. SMB, you couldn't ask for a better start for the Turkish side. 4 rounds in the row, including the bonus. 4 still alive here, coming back in. Their economy is going to be booming.
A massive cushion for them now. Gambit really, like I said, rare we've said this, but got to rethink things here. Sitting very deep on that buy round. I can't help but feel, again, with Redgar being so far into spawn, not really able to have a hand as soon as that fight breaks out. But from SMB, we're seeing them be very proactive, right? Again, the walk on the bonus round in particular stands out for me. Trying to isolate Nats on that island that we fully expect him to be playing, right? That's his role entirely on that.
And they're fighting on both extremities. No one giving away any space here. Mid's pretty open, to be honest, but that's not really a problem with the KJ turret at least keeping some control towards it. That will be the early indicator of maybe paying attention there, but it allows SMB to still fight on either of these sides that Gambit do like to lean towards. We saw that in their previous games. They will take these fights on it, Nats towards B. We do normally have that kind of split towards A as well on the main side of it. And Redguard did make some progress towards middle, so that should pull at least one player into this, but look how deep SMB is sitting at the back of the B site. They are super tucked in here.
Yes, I think it's to actually count up what we're seeing over on A, but Chronicle will actually deal with Izzy. First time he's actually been shut down on one of these pushes. Spike's still not committed though. Shados has actually walked past it, so Gambit's still happy for the next 10-15 seconds or so to sit here, but it's going to be a very late hit. And like you've already said, Lauren, with 2 players committed all the way to back site, that becomes very, very
10 more
worrying.
seconds. 30 yeah, that's a lot of time. And if that Omen sitting CT, which is brave, is just a nuisance, slows down the cross, is a bit of a problem on it, you're going to have issues. TP comes in. Redguard dips out. Doesn't see as much as he wants. Jet's now in, but we have to look towards where that Omen is. Already Poro's going to find Redguard, so that's the mid lurk. That little threat that was maybe building in the back line's gone. Russ is fine, 10 seconds. The spike is now under question. It's under scrutiny. Russ has done so well here. Turco shows his hand. SMB are so prepared. Everything lines up well, and the final player, be it Nats, as great as he may be, is put to bed. SMB are large and in charge here, Hypoc. It may not look flashy. It may not look super, crazy or any of this sort of stuff, but let's put it this way. They took no danger. They took no risks there. They played the perfect game to counter Gambit style.
Yeah. And that's the important thing to know. We talk about, these late hits, and one kill can potentially sway it either way, because at that point, Gambit, they commit. They have to try and plant the spike, right? So all it takes is, one bit of resistance, and this round falls apart for them. It just so happens that Turco and Russ allowed to just exist for way too long in my eyes. The TP comes through from Redguard to try and get some information on site, and even then, the position's so deep, and I think Turco is actually playing a really, really tricky spot underneath lane where that's not even noted on the back of the TP. So Gambit are pushing him blind with, 22 seconds on the clock? It's just not gonna work against a team like this. If SMB still have bodies, they will brawl.
And a well-needed timeout called here for Gambit. Adjust mentality, flow, maybe some of the giveaways, because right now they are being dictated to by SMB, even on SMB's defensive side. SMB are so well prepared for this. As I said, they don't need to overdo anything. They're taking the risks in the right places. I feel a couple of the fights towards that A-long side, the A-main approach, it can be risky. You lose that fight, you feel a bit silly, and suddenly the rotations are a mile away. Let's say that fight towards A goes astray, right? Think how far those rotations from B would have been, sitting back boathouse, again, a little bit of a lean towards that B site. It could have been an issue, but SMB, they believe in their players. They're backing them to win these fights, but let's see what the adjustment is from Gambit here, because there has to be something.
Izzy again hunting, and I was
Another fight.
I was about to mention it. Brave needs to be shut down on A main, because you can see that you've already talked about taking these fights on the extremities, but I think Gambit are just afraid right now. They're leaving Redguard kind of solo as well to take that engagement. They're not really in a position to trade either of these extremities.
Yeah, where are the trades?
And they're not finding value in mid on, as a byproduct of that, you need to find something in mid. And neither of them are happening.
And even when they have gone mid, it's been either Izzy actively controlling it, or you maybe have the KJ, your utility still playing a really key piece. And Izzy's not backing away from this. And why would he? He's seen one Sova and no other pressure. Nothing else is being put towards them. Now, this round, it is a lighter purchase, but Devo has done well to find Russ. We did put a couple of question marks with Gambit's attacking side when we were watching the games, because Braves made very light work of that lovely control. Again, very, very surgical in approach. But again, this is just specters and odds and ends, so no need to scream or yell. But I did look at Gambit as, how do they find that space? How do they find the openings? I look at other teams, I think, right, well, here's your player X, Y, and Z. Here's how they approach it. We weren't overly sold on Gambit's attack, at least on this map. I think we definitely looked at it and you could see a couple of things here and there. And once again, we're not seeing many opening opportunities. I look towards Defo maybe to create that space a little bit here. He's 1-6. He's not had a great start now.
Again, as a criticism, right? How often do we actually see Gambit stack up for a site hit, right? And these early rounds, Supermassive Blaze are just getting away with murder. They're finding 1v1s where, you know, as soon as Brave finds that kill, the other person on A can rotate off because he knows there's no pressure behind that. Again, we're going to see Gambit set up in literally identical formation. This time, though, look at Supermassive Blaze adjustment. It's 3 towards market here because they know they're not getting these fights on the extremities.
No, and as well, Brave's read it so well. The audio cues just playing like a symphony to his ears. Now I look towards Defo. Let's see what you can find here. Space towards middle is fine, but it gets you nowhere if you aren't able to then work off the back of it. And you're right, the stack. You saw it early on. Now there is utility to kind of indicate maybe the swing, but bear in mind it's not just those two. Look towards market as well. We've got the Sova sitting there as well. So there's that third piece to the puzzle, and they've already chipped away at one. Now look how deep everyone else is sitting. They've just left that KJ ult to babysit towards B, and there's a push up and no one checked on it. Pora gets away with it. Pora gets away with a second. Gambit are being made to look silly here. SMB are playing so above what Gambit are bringing on this attacking side. And once again, Redgar and Nats, well, they're going to know where they're going to be. Nats might be late lurking B, or it's going to be that late lurk towards that A extremity. We know how they like to approach this. This is very, very readable at this point. And Gambit need a pace change or something, because that timeout has given them nothing really here. As I've got to say, Hypoc, that mid stack from them was the perfect read from SMB. They are so in their heads right now.
It is, and I think it's on the back of, we talk about Gambit, you know, having those fact-finding rounds early on. Supermassive Blaze have come away from that just laughing, honestly. They found a couple of points of resistance a few times towards B main and towards A main, and again, in the next few rounds where they don't feel that, they know that that hit's coming through mid. That slow, methodical push that Gambit have shown us time and time again over the last few weeks, they know it's coming. I absolutely love that adjustment from Blaze.
And while we have a second, as we did have the save of the 2 rifles coming through, do want to give a shout out obviously to our wonderful observer today, which will be sapphiRe. Love to always have her on the keys. She does an incredible job, and at 7-0, I mean, she knows which side to be observing apparently at this point. Makes her life much easier. But still, outside of that, though, we have to kind of now focus back in, because the money's going to be a bit weird, right? You can have the 2 rifles. They are able to get a third up with Chronicle, but obviously on the light armor, and it might have cost him on some utility too. I don't see the Al drone coming up, so again, a couple of caveats to this buy, and it's not looking perfect, but this is different.
Hey,
we have an all-in piece potentially. This could be maybe a big difference here, and it looks like Pora is the one who's going to be kind of charged with dealing with this. Maybe an expectance from SMB that's going to be that B piece coming in, but it will be the A hit.
Well, actually, Pora only one away from the lockdown potentially. Able to employ that. No, Russ is actually going to get slowed down by the turret. Sorry, Shados gets slowed down by the turret, and Russ going to convert with the Hunter's Fury. Defo now got to get something done with his Blade Storm, Lauren.
Okay, Spike now going down. Time will be on their side. Sees the picks up. Nothing comes from it. And now this is where the problems start to begin. SMB start to retake the sites, and there it is. Clean perfection from SMB. They don't look like they've broken a sweat here.
No, they look so comfortable, and you know what, dare I say it, this is looking sloppy from Gambit. And that's not something we've used to characterize them at all so far. And for the first time being that they stack up like that, it's on the back of a turret and the Hunter's Fury that entire execution falls apart. Again, look towards Defo to be the front man, to find something on the way in there. Even if, you know, somebody, Shados is obviously a little further behind with the spike. He needs to push a little deeper. Yes, the smoke's on heaven, but they can't just run in and plant there. They really can't.
But again, I don't want to just highlight this as pure negatives for Gambit. I think that when we've seen Gambit in the past, they've gotten away with this a fair few times. But SMB have made great adjustments to be so prepared for this. I feel like they are pressing every single pain point that Gambit may have had, especially on this attacking side. Now, Gambit are no slouches once they get to the defensive side. They are phenomenal. They're one of the better teams, I feel, at doing any of this. But at this point, I just feel like SMB's preparation is very good. It may not be completely detailed towards Gambit. You know, maybe they're not the total anti-stratters, but what I've got to say is every small issue we saw potentially, we were highlighting, oh, that could be a tell, this could be that. SMB are so prepared in every facet.
My concern is even when we go to the defense is we're probably going to see a big pace change from Supermassive Blaze, right? And you could argue that actually on some of these buy rounds, we're seeing Blaze play it much deeper than we would usually. Yes, we saw them get very proactive in the early rounds, but seeing them just sit back and anticipate a push the way they have from Gambit, it's kind of uncharacteristic. So Gambit are not going to have a very good grasp. If we're looking at an 8-round deficit, and even if Gambit close out the last 4, which is looking very unlikely, I'm very concerned for the defensive half as well.
Now, this is a switch up. Izzy's going to have to deal with a couple more players here. Normally, it's been a max, I believe, 2 coming this side.
Oh my god.
But Izzy's still able to isolate Shados, and that's a big indicator that this is something different here. Shados being here, there's the leaning coming in from Defo. He's going to be able to get past a couple here, but Brave leans into the danger.
Man.
He thrives in it. He takes down Redgar and Chronicle, and it's all gone to absolute... There's no other way shit at this point. It's that just got sliced apart by SMB. Again, the adjustment from Gambit wasn't a bad idea. But look at how SMB just handled that Hypoc.
It's crazy. And again, see Nat's in a position here where, yes, he's last up, no stranger to this scenario, but you know, effectively by what Supermassive Blaze are doing, they are pretty much countering him, right? They're not even allowing the possibility for Nats to find anything else on the map. Every single time Supermassive Blaze stack up, they're finding value. They're making absolutely sure that they're mitigating this risk as much as possible. And it's fantastic to watch, honestly. Again, because it's not on the back of, you know, what we would typically expect from a team from the Turkish region, which is all-out aggression, you know, fighting to the death for mid or fighting to the death on one of these extremities. It's just on the back of really, really calculated and structured defense.
And that's really unable to find much value at the moment. Normally pretty clutch, honestly. The Nats fan club that normally I am a part of, you know. I think Jonas is sending over the care package soon, the t-shirts, the badges, the hats, obviously. He just hasn't had opportunity. His normal role comes online maybe in those late lurks, maybe in those, you know, post plants where he gets to kind of be a little bit more clutch, but they just haven't really been having the presence to even get towards the site. SMB have just denied them the whole step of the way, and do you know what? I'm glad to at least see the timeouts coming in from Gambit to try and address this, because the amount of teams who just sit in a deficit and never get anything done, but
yeah,
I'm glad they called them, but I don't know what the adjustment's going to be. They are finding very few ways forward. It looks like a stack up again, though.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not saying anything as, you know, as an adjustment coming out this time. Again, we're going to see him stack up here. Looking like another quick piece, and Defo going to be the one to lead the charge, but Russ going to stop him at the first hurdle. Not even going to get inside. Nat falls as well. Shados as well. Russ on absolute fire right now. This is this is brutal to watch, Lauren.
It is, and you thought the turret was going to be maybe in the hands of Killjoy, but apparently it is going to be Russ just standing there, mowing down anyone who would step through that doorway, that precipice on towards the other side, and here comes the flank from Redgar, towards Redgar from Brave, and there it is, Turco to shut it down.
Oh my
God. This doesn't seem right. It seems too early to be broadcasting something like this.
It's actually insane to see, and again, once again, this is a round where Gambit stack up. They want to try and take this fight, but like I said, it's the first point of contact. Literally the first player they encounter, Russ, finds 3 kills before they can even get through the choke point. This is absolutely brutal. Again, at this point, you're almost feeling like, okay, forget it, guys. Ascent's over. Like, whatever we can get done, hope for the best. Izzy again gonna swing through.
He's feeling himself. And do you know, last time I got to cast Izzy, I was up against, I think it was CNED, obviously on Ascend. So, you know, those two are kind of pitted against each other in a certain way. But I love the fact that we now get to see him kind of have a little bit more freedom, see what he looks like against that. Because as much as you know, look at those results, see how you kind of feel about it either way. I think that if you're up against CNED, you have to pay him a lot of attention. He becomes a pivotal conversation. Whereas I want to see what Izzy's like against maybe a different Oppa, how he looks. Does he get a bit more aggressive? I like how he plays, though. Super versatile. He's all around the map. He's showing that mid-presence, leans towards sights, not hyper-aggressive. And now Brave going to get forced away from the smoke that he was trying to play towards that little vision he gets underneath. But he's going to re-aggress. Of course he does. Brave is living up to his name on every occasion. And Paul's aim is always good. Always so good. And, well, the last man standing is Nats.
Who else but Nats?
A 1v4. Yeah. Oy.
Cage triggered.
This is an absolute slaughter right now.
It's a grand final, Hypoc. Why is it 11-0?
I mean,
What's happened?
let's talk about this for a moment, because the only thing, right, that really causes problems for Gambit would be somebody like Izzy on a jet with an operator coming online, because they effectively have no tools to deal with it. I mean, what do they have? They have Chronicles utility and they have Defo, right? But without getting a solid groove, you can't take that operator battle because because of the economy. They've barely got themselves towards 3 buy rounds with the number of rounds they're forced to save and carry a Spectre in. It's so difficult to dig an operator out that just keeps rotating like this. Izzy just... And every time he moves, he finds another pick somewhere else. So it's like Gambit then have to reset back another round.
SMB truly at the helm of this. Wall goes up deep as well. Keeps the attention turned off the back of that Spectre. Is Turco who's going to be handling it. He's the only one really, I guess, dedicated towards B. You do have the Sova leaning a little more towards middle, clearing that out. He might come back off the back of that Aldrome potentially, but we'll see. But again, no big interest shown by Gambit early on. A little bit of a lean towards B, sure, but beyond that, it's falling away and looking towards A.
That's what I mean. 30 seconds, and they've effectively achieved nothing other than potentially keeping one more player of Supermassive Blaze committed towards B site by breaking the wall. That's it. They're still going to come in here. Izzy's still posted up. Not even going to get spotted by Redgar's TP, and he finds a pick.
Yeah, Izzy just comfortable, and look at Spray, it's going to line up perfectly for Brave! That's 3! Make it a 4th. No, Shados denies. This is just a display of dominance from SMB, from individual to collective. Every single thing for them is just lining up perfectly, and well...
And the lockdown,
well,
of course. Anything else?
Cool. Just layer it on. Here comes the lockdown, and there's the double stack towards short, just to make sure he could not leave the site. Defuse will come in, and SMB... It's real clean, isn't it?
I mean, this way, we're going to be out of here by 4 o'clock. This is absolutely insane. And the thing is, again, you talk about coming into this, starting halves is never really ever a discussion. But the way that Gambit have attacked against some teams, it's been a concern. And then you come in here and you stare at... We're on match point in the pistol round. Yeah, it's their defensive half, sure.
Might need a little time, or a couple more rounds. Just a few. But again, we are in best of 5 territory, so the conversation does change. But it's just because it's such a, I guess, resounding scoreline is the only way to put it. So I think that changes the narrative. Yes, it's just one map in a best of 5. It's a long series, that's fine. But I didn't expect 12-0. We go back in. Will it be the clean run for SMB? They have every opportunity to do it. Down to the pistol to 13-0 Gambit. Not what I was expecting to say at the start of this matchup. And now SMB's attack is going to be leaning towards that A site. Bit of a pinch and that late lurk or late swing through middle from the Sova, but the double stack towards short is going to get pushed away for now. Cam still being utilized. Izzy's going to cross towards site. Big difference here, leading the charge. The Jet just going to be powering further forward, and the wall goes up, so they can't play back in from short too easily.
Can't go one player. He's stacked up outside it. Izzy actually going to set up a crossfire with him as well. The paranoia comes through. Defo's out. The trade's actually going 2 for 2 right now. Rust will respond. It's crazy in short here. There's only one player left. Brave, 50 HP, tagged by the Owl drone. Gambit might be getting the pistol round on the board. And Chronicle will close things out. Again, still a long way to go. But at least we're not ending here, Lauren.
Very true. They can build back a little, maybe get a little bit of pride going. And when you look back on the stats websites, you don't see a 13-0. That would be nice. But I would say, especially between a team like SMB and anyone, really at this point, oh, tactical timeout. Oh, just why not? I mean, the thing is, at 12-1, do you just force buy anyway?
Well, does it really matter? And that's that's the question you got to ask yourself.
Because again, it comes into like those unforced errors where, even beyond that, if SMB has one player of a good round, and I look at that roster and I think, yeah, every single one of them could have one good round. It's kind of hard to do it when you have to be perfect. But I have casted comebacks like this. I just don't know if I'm in that much. You know, I'm not leaning that heavily towards my copium reserves yet. I just keep telling myself it's a best of 5, you know. We're not going to have one-sided games the whole day.
I can't wait to see the death segment. There's lots to take away from this.
True. Have fun with that. Lothar, Kaquka, obviously. Both enjoy breaking that down. Now, 12-1 though. Right. Going back in. Spectre's out. Light armor. It's all in. Why not? Basically, you're on a very even by excluding that one rifle and a little bit of armor. Here we go. Another bite of the cherry for Gambit to try and just make a respectable scoreline out of this.
Yeah, and again, yes, it's best of 5, but I think at this point we're talking about consolations outside of damage control, and actually SMB stacked up as 4, and it's only Chronicle to hold down B site. He's going to drone here. He could get pushed upon very quickly. No dash actually coming through from Izzy. They will back up. Again, not full information gathered on the back of the Owl drone, but Supermassive Blades, I feel like a little bit of mind games here. And they're anticipating Gambit to be proactive. They need to be the ones in the driving seat here on the defense and take these rounds into their own hands.
Keep your mind towards where Shados is playing. He is the one with the rifle. If he's in the right place, maybe the right time, he's probably going to start leaning now. They're going to see the utility come in. It's down to Defo on the side. He does have support there, but there comes the cross. Izzy's already in. Spectre's up close. It's a pretty even fight, and there it is. Damage starting to be done, but it's just absolutely decimated. SMB take the site, and now Gambit are in all kinds of trouble. We've got to see if Nats can bring up some of that brilliance, if Shados can have some of that punch to the power that he brought just those couple of days ago, but now a 3v5.
Yeah, lots to do here. Shados actually going to take some damage on the way in. There are a lot of these close angles here, but SMB stacked up, Lauren. It's going to be so tough for them to break through on this retake.
On time. That spike is sticking pretty quick, and now here we go. Redgar leans in. That's one. Needs a second, and there we go. It's actually working out. It's just Izzy.
Oh my
Izzy
God.
is enough.
Just when you think Gambit are going to get a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of relief, Izzy's there to shut them down. A 3-piece with the Spectre to close out map 1, and wow. That's certainly not how I expected today to start off. What a statement to be sent out by the Turkish super team here in map 1, Lauren.
I am blown away by their capability. It was just beautiful to watch, but a calamity for Gambit. They need to pull themselves back together, and they need to do it quick. Otherwise, a best of 5, yeah, it's a little longer, but it will spiral away from you. But before the desk breaks it down, do make sure to enjoy a little bit of a treat for you, featuring our song Paper Planes with Lucas and Steve, joined by Tung Bug.
finals of the EMEA Challengers playoffs. This is where I would normally talk about what just happened, the scoreline. But guys, I feel like one team was playing Valorant and the other one didn't want to play Valorant, Kaquka. They wanted to just destroy.
I mean, I know that we've been having problems with the Turkish servers, but it looks like they really wanted to finish this really fast. I mean, we knew that they were going to be explosive. We know that it's supermassive. But we also knew that this is Gambit's ascent. We did not expect a lot on the attack and a lot of maybe some more on the defense, but of course that side didn't actually start.
Well, I would say that we have witnessed a very simple but effective way of counterplaying your opponents. SMB played chess while Gambit played checkers, like 100%. SMB didn't show anything flashy, but the way they counter-stratted the default setup from Gambit, they only made one mistake, and Gambit typically wants to punish mistakes, and that was when Easy died to Chronicle, by the way his only kill attack when Chronicle caught Izzy peeking from A lobby too much, was because he overpeaked into the default, and that never happened again.
Well, Lothar, we gotta say, Gambit, they're very good on Ascent. They are so good on Ascent. In fact, they've only ever lost it 4 times. Are you surprised, like you said, that Supermassive Blaze were able to counter-strat them and beat them so hard?
Maybe I wasn't expecting it to be to this extent. I was expecting that they will counter-strat a bit of the default attack because it's very easy to do that. You essentially don't need to do anything. SMB just sit on the places, you know, on their own half and not move into the crosshairs, and essentially gives them enough time to win rounds by default. Like that's kind of what happened. And also the problem is that Gambit in their composition, they have no way of battling Izzy. They have no way of flashing him out, of doing like any kind of crowd control to make Izzy fall out of place with his operator, which was a big problem in most of the rounds, right? So the Jet operator was actually a big factor for SMB's success, but at the same time the pressure points, the traps that they set up was actually nuts.
And it's exactly what he's saying. Everybody knows that Gambit is slow-paced. So what do? You just, if you want to wait on attack, okay, keep waiting. And then the moment that Easy decides to make a pick, it's going to go for us. And also against G2, for example, every single time that G2 got the first kill, SMB would get the round. It's something that just can't avoid. If they force them to change the tempo and to be way more aggressive, but it's something that you can't do against SMB. When they use their utility to force them out of their position, they will only leave it for 1 second and they'll be back pushing the smokes, no problem.
I'm going to throw this back to before the show started. We had a cold open. We had Vlad, a representative from Turkey, and Rillian from the CIS broadcast. And one of the points Rillian made, you know, to roast Turkey a little bit was, you know, all you guys do is shoot. You just shoot. You don't actually have anything. You're just good aimers. But Kaquka, like, sometimes that is all you need.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it wasn't only that. Of course, they're individually, they're great. Like, it's amazing to watch, something that I would never do. Maybe you, Lothar, but not me. But as Lothar said, I think that they actually knew the way that Gambit played, because as it is a really good map for them, but of course, there's too much to watch of them and expect from them, especially on the default. So I think they just countered that. And
there's also one more thing. Gambit, when they were playing the attack, the default setup, which is basically set up a player on every lane, they always put the spike in the one spot, which is of the left entrance of their spawn, right? So when they had to reaggress and regroup towards one side to attack it, they were losing a lot of time. So even if they would have gotten a kill somewhere on the map, they couldn't capitalize on it instantly, which gives enough time for SMB to just sit on their own half and make a plan for the retake, which is something that they did successfully on almost every single round. And one time when Gambit actually realized, well, we cannot really work with our defaults, we have to push as a 5-man, and that was round 7, and they just got crushed because there was a 5-man retake, and SMB just took in space with rifles like it was nothing easier that they have done ever in their life.
I mean, even in the last round, right, we thought maybe not necessarily a comeback, but they were going to get the second round on the table. Izzy was just like, nah, not happening, not today.
That's a showing of dominance, right?
Yeah, you nailed that perfectly, Lothar. And also, there weren't many rounds in that game, but Lothar, you've got a round that you wanted to break down here.
Yeah, that was round 5, if I remember correctly. which shows SMB they were playing on a back foot because they lost player. This is the one time when Chronicle punished Easy because he died in the A lobby. And what does SMB do? They just sit, look at the backside from B. They know that if Gambit will gonna do an execute, it's gonna be the last seconds. So they don't need to do anything because all of the pressure that Gambit will execute now will not be applied to any of the SMB players. Therefore, will push towards the boathouse, for the button to close up market. Then the dash will be, use that exactly right now to do that pressure. And there's no one here. This achieves nothing, right? Times runs out. There's 10 seconds left. There's still 2 players in the backside, and now Gambit has to sacrifice 1 player's presence to plant the spike. So essentially, even though that Gambit has the man advantage, they need to go into a side with a man disadvantage because it's, equalized, because it's a 4 versus 4 and the time is not on their side. So SMB outsmart opponents by not doing anything.
Nothing was on Gambit's side for that map at all. But it's just the first map. It's a marathon. Best of 5 is not a sprint, as we learned from yesterday. And also, Kaquka, remind us what's on the line here. This is a grand final, but it's so much more than just that.
Yeah, it is about seeding, obviously. It's about when it comes to Masters. They're qualified, of course, but they want to be top of their groups. They don't want to fight, teams like Vision Strikers, Sentinels on the first round. Just imagine all that work just to face such a Titan just so early. So it is gonna come to a lot. I am scared about this next split, especially for Gambit, because I was counting on Gambit getting the first one to go this for a full map, for a full series. Sorry.
Well, I was on SMB sides on Ascent, and I feel like this is...
Big brained it.
I wasn't expecting that much of a counterplay. Honestly, I was so surprised, but also kind of proud of the team because it shows that they actually do their prep very well, but also shows Gambit's weakness, right? It exposes them in daylight, just in broad daylight, that there's something that you can use to punish the team. And I have a feeling that they will just apply the same rule of how to approach the defense here on Split, because Gambit, believe it or not, but they're actually slower on attack than on Ascent. So I'm gonna assume SMB is gonna sit on their own half and just wait for the Gambit to execute in the last seconds and punish them.
Do you think that game plan is going to work again, though, Lothar? And is Split somewhere you feel like it's going to be more difficult or easier for them to have that kind of game plan?
I think it's gonna work because Gambit so far in this tournament, even though they already played 16 maps, they didn't show that they can adapt when the default setup is not working. This is like the way they want to attack, right? They just want to set up those traps when the lurkers try to go from the defender side and just punish them for making that mistake of going onto the attacker side. But if that's not happening, they have troubles in doing executes that will expose the weakness of the defenders, right? And I feel like this is a major problem right now for the team.
I also feel like they have played this map with the 3 different comps, the 3 last times that they've played it, so they're still not sure. We have seen them trying things, for example, on Bind. It is working. The one that I like the most is the one that they were lastly used, and I know you love the Viper, so it's going to be probably Viper and Astra. Is it going to be enough? I don't feel like they still found what they're looking for this split, and I'm scared because if SMB has the same power as they had on Ascent, this could be easy as well.
Well, we've seen Gambit not have the best results, but what they've shown us they can do is that they go away, they think about it, they change things, they're never afraid to change things, and then they fix it, and they somehow come back looking stronger. Now, they don't have too much time to sort of have to look back on what they did on Ascent, but Kaquka, if it's any team that's going to able to get themselves back into the series, it is Gambit.
I was actually pretty convinced that they were going to get the first map. Just like yesterday, they did have trouble. They went into overtime, but they did manage to pull the map. Of course, they didn't have the chance of actually running their defense. I'm scared. I feel like if they don't get into the map as it happened on the Ascent, this is not the finals. This is not the final expected.
At least, well, hopefully Gambit will bring out the Sky for Split, so there will be a compensation with the lack of flashes that they had on Ascent. In general, I'm a very big fan of how Gambit approaches the composition on Split, but I'm just honestly worried that this is just going to be a repetition of what we have seen on Ascent. Like, SMB just dissects Gambit right now.
Yeah, well, they do play the Viper though, Lothar.
Yeah,
and I
I
know
know.
you're a big advocate on Viper on Split.
Yeah, I think it's Viper's essentially one of the best sentinels, quote unquote, on this map because she has a possibility of setting up defense. At the same time, it will work as a retake tool. The wall specifically on A and on B is going to be the same way used as on Icebox, where it's such a powerful tool to stop the massive pushes.
Right, well, we are going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere, you guys. Gambit is not all over yet. They'll have a chance to get back into this game on Split.
Let's get the money. Let's get the We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody.
SMB had a stellar start on Ascend, but this is just the beginning of a long best of 5. Now, Agent Select is ready. We're going to head straight into it like we predicted already before this. You know, Lothar, we're probably going to see the Viper. We're probably going to see the Astra too.
Well, most likely. Last time Gambit played on this map was Astra, Cypher, Jet, Raze and Viper, but we'll see if there are any changes. Ooh. So there are changes here. We don't see the Viper at all. Let's take a look at SMB though. SMB was playing Raze, Astra, Cypher and Jet last time. But we see Chronicle on Viper.
Brave, please. Don't bait me, Brave. Please.
Nah, we
play
ignore
Astra.
that. We ignore that.
Come on, don't go for the Omen, please.
No, we will ignore that for now because players always bail us with hovers. But Viper definitely at least one here. We've got, yes, Lothar?
Yeah, well, I would say that with the Viper Sky combination, I'm a big fan of that because on Breeze you see how powerful that is when it comes to using your own utilities, flashes, and through the smokes and walls. So this is one of the
Was that locked in?
I think it was.
Was the Astra locked in there? If it is Brave on Astra, I know you're a big fan of Astra and you're a really big fan of Brave, Kaquka, but not something we necessarily expected.
Yeah, Tony has said it. He's one of the smartest smokers he's ever met. I think with all the utility that Astra gives you, especially when you're playing one single controller here on Split, I think is the way to go. And seeing Power back on the Cypher is something that I love.
Well, Power on Cypher, he actually plays more Killjoy so far in this tournament than Cypher, but I feel like with Cypher he's more comfortable because he's not tied to his utility and he's lurking so much. He's not on the David P level of readiness when it comes to Split.
Is anyone?
David is like in a different universe, I feel like. But Power will be less tied to his own spots on this map, so this might be actually a good change for him.
Yeah, two pretty interesting team comps there. And with that all locked in, I know you were both... actually, I'm not going to ask you for your predictions. We can talk about this after because the game is ready. We don't want to waste any more time. It's been clean for SMB so far, but can they replicate this on a Split? Over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
Well, yeah, plenty to be talked about, I'm sure. But yes, the agent select did catch our eye. But Hypoc, I mean, this did kind of bring something to your attention.
It did, yeah, because I'm looking back at the Ascend series, and Brave was actually pivotal to their success there. And he did actually play the Astra. And we talk about the way in which Gambit played map 1. We talk about that late round utility and these kind of desperation hits. Astra is huge in terms of those sorts of rounds being played out. So potentially another concern coming into Split here, Lauren.
Yeah, we have plenty of concerns. Let's see if they get answered or maybe, I don't know, find a bit of an answer to for one of these two teams. Gambit needs to wake up. We don't need to say it twice. The first map was an absolute blowout. SMB are playing out of their minds. Every single player turned up and delivered, and Gambit looked readable, which I did not expect. These guys have been fantastic up until this point, but they had nothing compared to SMB.
Yeah, readable's one thing, but again, in terms of the value that Supermassive Blaze are finding on these kind of just flexing back and forth, the gambles on either side really paid off for them. But looks like actually Blaze are going to try and start off very quickly here in the pistol round. Lots of presence shown towards mid. Initially, Chronicle will be noted on the back of that boombot, but no progress just yet. Blaze are going to have to wait out this Toxin so they can push through.
Yeah, Chronicle being kind of pressured from afar, kept very much to attention on this. And we do get to see Gambit playing on the defensive side at least. They get to kind of try and maybe state their value on this half, but SMB on the attack. They still strike fear into my heart, let alone the opponents. Defo was joining him towards vents there, but they're both going to peel away from this. It looks like Defo's going the long way around, maybe feeling this will end up being that piece towards B, but Shados has it in hand for now. Izzy's gone down, and now Nats. Next line of defense, going to fall back a little bit there, play a little bit safer. Maybe feeling that pressure starting to mount, as he is going to be a little isolated, but he does have the support through CT.
I was going to say, Shados actually got to be careful, because Aura coming through will find two. The B site wide open now, other than Defo, who will find Turco, and Spike noted, but a 3v3 nonetheless here. Defo got to be careful not to
look
fall.
At the other two. Yeah, they've got to be so cautious about this. Bear in mind, the other two were a little bit further away now. Luckily, Chronicle has joined towards CT, but a quick play back in here. Defo wants in, and he gets in. Pora's going to be removed, but there's still two players back of sight, time in their favor, and a wandering Defo gets his head taken off. And adjust as well. That's going to relook. Brave needs that. It wasn't clean. Tries to fall away in the frenzy with the punish, and Redgar. A lovely round and a needed one for Gambit to just maybe find some reassurance here.
Oh, that's the first tick in the box. Gambit get on the board, and again, a different talking point traditionally, I guess, is them starting on the defense here, hoping they can at least claw back some confidence, right? This is where we see them really, really in their comfort zone. But again, thinking back to previous series, we look at the win conditions really versus previous teams, actually, where they lost out versus Liquid. I mean, a key component of that was how clutch Nats was, right? How many rounds that he actually saved for them. And the way that we're expecting Supermassive Blaze to play this, they're going to be stacked up. They're not really going to be able to isolate You know, these 1v1s the same way here at least, but round 2 get off to a quick start. FO actually going to swing and miss there with the Marshall, and Massive Blaze once again stacked as 4, Pora elsewhere.
Yeah, pretty even buy as well.
Oh
They're
my
super
God.
close to this. SMB going to take the first as well. There's a follow. Look how absolutely ferocious they are on the aggress, but it's going to be Shados to control and at least quell Izzy's attempt at getting control towards Heaven. But Nats is now on the case, going to fill that void. And there's still a couple of players lingering around. Bit of info found off the back, but then look towards Ramp. Turco, good work on the trade there. Still finding value to keep a 2v2. Now, Spike is with Turco, so got to be a little cautious, but they know where Redgar is. It's that final player, Shados. He was last noted towards Heaven, but not going to be an easy find here. Gambit going to make them work for this.
Actually, Shados backing all the way up, I guess, in anticipation of Pora being unnoted thus far, but
No charges left.
Turco able to buy enough time to get that heal back online. Get himself back up to a little more comfortable HP at least. Shados looks as if he's got a good read here.
30 seconds left.
With 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, 2 flashes too.
This could be... Can't go down on B. Actually, it's going to be noted there. Redgar should be coming through on the rotate. Might just wait for the confirmation, but Shados got to stay alive. He's actually going to find a third. 50 HP. Turco now faced with a 1v2 scenario.
Not going to be a comfy one. Still 1 flash on Shados too. Shados could use it just to simply clear. Checks for that close corner. No one's there, so now kind of clearing by process of elimination. As Turco tries to find one on the play back in. Gonna look for Shados first. Gets him. Heal comes in. He's got himself a little bit better situated. Oh, Turco somehow slicing them into just manageable pieces. And they've turned it. That's going to be the round back in favor to SMB. They've broken the back of Gambit so early.
And
now.
this is the concern really on the defense here for Gambit is stylistically. Again, you talk about, you know, being overwhelmed and how clutch Nats can be in certain scenarios. The spacing we saw there, and again, just the all-out, dare I say, arrogance, right, for Supermassive Blaze to force that hard into Heaven. Gambit have to respect that, and they're already playing very deep on a lot of these defensive setups. It's not as if they ever really flex out in the early round. They've got to keep that in mind here.
Now the impact of that previous round, you can see the money now depleted from Gambit, unable to get that build going. Nice peek there for Nats. Big information, but gonna lose his life for it. Not able to fall away completely. Still wanted to stick around, and the damage done just simply isn't enough to warrant this. Shados having to just respect that the site is now SMB's. You can't take these fights, and we're left down to odds and ends. The back of the cupboard, the questionable tin of beans that you're not sure if it's beans, it's lost the label, Hypoc. No one knows what it is anymore.
There's something in there. That's for sure.
It could be pineapple chunks for all you know.
There's Chronicle now. Last man standing. Just a matter of time before SMB on the hunt. We'll find the first actually, but is he stacked up for the trade? And if Massive Blaze go one ahead, obviously Gambit going to be able to purchase into this next round. Again, I think is it majority Spectre is going to be carried through? Again, we'll have to see what repurchase comes from SMB.
Yeah, but imagine a bonus round if this gets converted. How nasty is this bonus now for SMB? It almost delays it, right? They're just going to be ripping away the money straight away.
I mean, if it flips the timeline completely here, and Defo's actually thrown the operator in the mix. So you're right, this could be a full reset and an opportunity again to convert with lesser weapons. Defo, he was looking at the minimap there or what, but not even reacting to the first player crossing. And again, Supermassive Blaze gonna try and pressure the way onto B. Defo!
He's not loving this so far, and Izzy's going to take that opportunity to move up. He's even seen the barrel towards Heaven as well. Just on those rafters, it was Shados, but still controls towards Pora. That's good work. Now, there has been damage chipped away at, but it's not enough to write home about yet. Seekers go in. This is going to confirm that everyone is here, but that wall's going to keep them somewhat safe. Flash to follow, and now maybe the play back through. Nats can at least catch the cross here. The wall now gets eliminated. He's in a bit of trouble, but he's going to find the first trade for Russ. This is again a round that truly Gambit needs to be clean, and now this is where the problems start to show and the cracks begin to be seen. As Turco and Izzy just got Chronicle to find. This is a disaster in the making, Hypoc.
Absolutely clinical from Supermassive Blaze on that round. Again, the ability to just sit and freeze for 10 seconds to completely negate 90% of Gambit's utility was absolutely fantastic. And again, Defo, I gotta say, in a couple of positions there to do damage. The first pick slips through his fingers. He backs up towards spawn again, waits for that kind of lull, waits for the rotation to come through, then dips back outside the smoke and absolutely punished for it. This is when you start to worry already. The Supermassive plays now. Look at the purchase. Again, they essentially have a double bonus round here, Lauren.
You could not ask for a better way for the economy to trickle for SMB. They are going to be so pleased with this. Quick flash though, Izzy has to respect that, but this Brave is going to get played in off the back. He's got support from Turco, who's got the back lines, and look at this denial. You could see the intention from Gambit trying to get that pinch of pressure down middle, but Poor has found the final. As Gambit just don't seem to have the fire burning underneath them right now. SMB are greeting them every single step of the way. And once again, the money continues to swell. 3 alive, rifles maintained. Gambit's money, I don't know where they're going to be. They can get a purchase, sure, but they are just living in just paycheck to paycheck right now.
I'm very concerned as to what Gambit really can do here on the defense, because this pace is something they're not used to really dealing with, and again, Supermassive Blaze willing to go a little deeper than maybe traditional teams. We'll see a little bit of an adjustment here. It's Conical to pick up the slack towards B here, so a different setup altogether. Leakers pop from Blaze. Actually, is he going to pop through with the showstopper here? Gets very deep. Redguard will shut him down and no follow-up.
4 players from Gambit are on this site. Every other piece of utility is just dedicated towards A to try and help out the one player on his own, which will be Nats, but they're going to try and maybe dismantle this stack by moving away from that B piece, which they've been able to do so. They could technically re-aggress towards B at one point if they fancy it, but for now it looks like mid is that next kind of piece of attention. Even the way will be Poorer looking to maybe crack in towards Heaven, but Defo, he's had a bit of a shaky one so far after that hit towards B, but that's going to make up for it. Good catch towards Poorer, now reads the play, goes back in, gets the tag, not the frag, and has to fall off from this one, but he does get his ult coming around, so still got a chance for this, but you can see SMB just testing every potential pain point that could be shown on Gambit.
What's the utility invested here? And again, Nats has got his setup, but it's going to be
30 seconds left.
pretty much avoided here by Supermassive Blaze because they're all stacked up in Heaven, and Shados will actually string through the smoke and punished for that. The wall goes up, Defo sealed out.
Yeah, but time, 15 seconds. There could still be a problem here with Redguard finding Russ, and Nat's still alive at the back of the site. This isn't going to be an easy round. And there's the catch on the cross. Turco gets caught in the end. And finally, Gambit stops the rot. It was a long time for them to get control of this, but maybe just the stack in the right place for the right time. They were finally reading the intention very well from SMB, but that still felt on a knife's edge.
It indeed, and again, it's so difficult. Again, you know, actually on the other side of the coin from what we've talked about, Nats being able to stay on site for this long, it's so difficult to dig him out of that spot. Again, there's so many other layers to the Gambit defense where essentially he always has the last say. But again, just an opportunity here, really. SMB to reset their economy. Defo actually this time will open things up. Shados walking mid as well. So looks like Gambit actually want to have a say in these early rounds now. It's the first time we've really seen them be decisive, Lauren.
And it's exactly what the doctor ordered. They need something to, I guess, stem the bleed. And if that's the answer, so be it. I'm more than happy to see an answer come through for them. Maybe a closer game could be had, but a lean towards A brings the likes of Nats into question. Sitting in hell, watching towards the push through from Heaven. Pora gets seen. And the utility follow-up as Redguard wants to close the gap. And he does so. That's a good bit of work coming in. That's a rifle now removed. Nats finds an isolated push out from Brave, leaving Turco and Russ really not finding much ground here on this approach towards A.
Redguard caught going for the upgrade there, and Russ the last man standing. You can do any more damage, really, because, I mean, here you're looking for Gambit.
30 seconds
Show
left.
diligence, not give away too much here, because their economy a lot more fragile. Right now, you see, yeah, Gambit happy to sit back. 16 seconds left now. Not giving anything away to Russ. Other than that, just a little check just to see if he's still there, still present. Actually, I mean, looking back, was it 2 rounds ago? Everything in terms of the ultimates was available for Supermassive Blaze, and they've churned through everything. I think they still have a comfortable purchase in hand here with the buffer they had built up. Gambit bring it within 1 round. They're just about reaching, I guess, their full ultimate cycle now. But how repeatable is that? The early round there, Defo getting the pick, which is something, again, we talk about. He's been in positions really to find value with the operator time and time again. And they've slipped through his fingers, Lauren. And really, if you're taking that much risk, on the other side of that, Supermassive Blaze have been so good at punishing it.
Trying to find out if he can still find this impact. And a quick mid show of presence coming out from SMB. Redgar this time to be playing towards vents. It is Izzy who's quite up close, and there's a couple more towards the bottom of mid, so that lean from Pora towards A, but it will be Defo to beat him if they do, so at this point SMB, maybe an adjustment of pacing, it feels like, maybe trying to get the lay of the land. It's early intention, but no big push behind it yet.
Shot from Redgar to open things up though, and no res available. Supermassive Blaze will play this out as 4. Redgar again. This is it. Gambit looking to get a little aggy here in mid, at least to contest this presence early on. Nat's now on the ropes. Gonna shut Pora down. He'll slip out now with a 2-man advantage. See the adjustment here from Gambit. Happy to sit a little deeper, and this is on the back of really Viper's Pit giving them some comfort on B site. Redgar now on the back of the flash, going to get the information, but very daring to go into astral form there. Shados luckily bails them out, and Redgar will close things out. All tied up, 4 apiece here, and I think the first time we're going to see Supermassive Blaze really have to consider their purchase here.
Yeah, the economy's going to be finally worked away at. Broken after that great run, but credit to Shados there for saving the life of Redgar in that. That was just fortuitous timing for him to come around and catch it just as they started to push. But let's look at how this is run now. 3 on the trot here. And I have been critical of Defo in the past, but it looks like he's found a little bit of footing here as well. He's been able to maintain and control a fair amount. I want to see if he can keep that up. This mid piece that SMB have been running has been countered, and it has been with a little bit of a dash of aggression here and there. They're actually taking those fights. And maybe a faster piece coming out, because it looks like Pora's going to lean forward early. But look at this purchase. It's not massive. It's got a little bit of punch behind it. It's not completely weak, but Redgar is going to pick out Izzy, and it's going to be the follow-up. Probably, oh, the adjustment. It's Chronicle from up top. Good shutdown so far for Gambit. And Turco tucked in the corner, and Defo's got him. Clean enough, Redgar. Yes, will lose life, but perfectly fine. No threats found yet. This is a good road to recovery for Gambit.
Thing is now is, do we see Gambit explore more of these possibilities? And you could argue it's a little uncharacteristic, but something like Defo is absolutely pivotal to achieving that. And if he can just kind of rotate, similar to what we saw on map 1, right, with Izzy, just keep Supermassive Blaze guessing. The problem being, Supermassive Blaze, they don't spread thin. It's only really Pora that's out on an island. It's rare you get the opportunity to isolate Pora in any scenario.
Yeah, he doesn't make it easy. But Shados has been finding a little bit of that form that scared people not too long ago. Flash goes in, and again we know that Gambit will take some fights on this. Chronicle and Nats. Yeah, double facing this time. Previously it was just Nats there after the fallback from 1, but this time they were both actively facing from vents. But you are going to see the now adjustment. Seekers go in. Confirmation found. Gambit. They're keeping track of everything that SMB are trying to do here.
Well, actually, neural theft going to be popped, but the information already gathered. Russ will deal with Redcar. Seekers in response here. Actually, Shado's got to be careful inside spawn. Spike will just now cross. Have ourselves a 4v4 here. Do Gambit. I'm ahead of the curve here, ahead of the spike plant, Lauren. It's a good flash.
On the flash, it looks like Nats wanted to, yeah, and it's worked well. Really good push off the back of that flash. Sets a lot of players into motion, just turning the eyes away as Shados. It's not a fun scenario to be in. Spike's now down. 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and 2 on the back lines. Turco with the find, and SMB hit the brakes for a second, but that just re-aggress, that re-push in, that kind of approach just works so well for them. They've done that a couple of times now, especially towards B, just kind of weathering the storm for a second, and they seem to come out on top. But 5-5, a much more competitive scoreline.
Indeed, and we're seeing Gambit really not even isolate 1v1s, it's kind of like baiting in that double stacking ropes that was on the back of Nats previously playing a similar position, right? It's almost daring Supermassive Blaze to continue peaking, continue being aggressive. Right there, I mean, they're able to recover perfectly. Again, this time actually nothing shown towards mid. See, actually, on the back of this spy cam, there is a flash set up from Shados. So again, they're anticipating Massive Blaze coming in hot.
There's the flash, and you can probably see the setup here. Camera playing.
It's gonna give it away though. It will.
Yeah, there you go. Shados now forced to use a utility, spots the players pushing through, so confirmation now granted. Nats, lovely information work here.
Just
The
ahead
flash,
of it.
just caught it. That's a little unfortunate there. That could have worked really well as a combination, but not to be, and then there we go. So Dog to kind of re-give the angle over, but this is, if anything, just funneling SMB through towards A, but the rotation comes in. Shados in the right place, right time. Redgar still buying time. Flash comes out. Gets the confirmation again, but they're not finding ways in. Defo still controlling it. That could have been maybe the breaking point, but no. Defo catching out Pora makes this very difficult. Nats, he's in a corner. He's only going to get one. The res comes out, and now the Pora comes through towards B. But keep your eyes on where Chronicle is playing. A tricky angle to clear. Going to get one spot a second on the cross. Going to fall away and wait for support. The correct call, but Shados just gets Ferrari peaked by Turco. Centaurus peak, just honestly SMB peak. Look at what they're doing to them.
And all of the contingencies there were fantastic from Gambit as well, but it just comes down to headshots. Just literally getting slapped off every single corner. Turco currently 15-5 here. And I gotta say, it's single-handedly flipping that round on its head. That was absolutely insane, Lauren. We're coming into round 12 now. Defo will be able to get that operator online. Viper's Pit available. Redgar has his ultimate too. Other side, Izzy one away from the showstopper, so a big tool available. Supermassive Blaze here. Again, they're going to force their way into Mail. And it's much quicker this time, Lauren.
Substantially after maybe forcing Defo off that angle. Here comes a trade out. The doggos does get caught. Shados just wants to peek in on it. Don't blame you either. Flash! Oh, just about keeps his life. I thought he might have lost it there, but he will manage to maintain. Now, they have lost that player, but they've taken, I guess, mid-control. It's not the ideal exchange, but look how many players are leaning towards this B site. It is once again just Nats left to his own devices towards A. Has the support of utility, sure, but man, he's feeling a little on an island, but they are actually going to go towards the ultimate here.
Terrible here. Chronicle still has one snake bite. He's going to have lots to deal with here. He's going to spot the first, the second as well. The third for Chronicle. Just one man left. Russ here. And Chronicle's going to look to swing through. He's going to... They passed. They crossed each other. Oh, my God. Oh. For a moment there, I didn't think Chronicle was going to check his back, but we'll close things out with a lovely piece inside the ultimate, but all tied up here, Lauren. That's... as far away from map 1 as we could possibly be.
Now, that was Gambit starting on the defending side. They recovered after a big turn from SMB, but this is lovely from Chronicle. I could watch that all day long. Very well controlled, and that final one was quite the surprise. It did work forward, and then they just cross each other. How unique, to put it that way. At 6-6, though, we now get to see how things look on the other turn of things. Gambit's attacking side worried me last time, but I don't worry as much, at least on split, but we'll see if my worries are in the wrong place or not. But here we go, Gambit coming in on the attacking side now, SMB on the defensive side, tied up at 6-6, and mid-control seems to be the early consideration from Gambit.
You hear if they can really find any value on the way through. It's going to be the trap wire in ropes to give away any push coming through, and we'll deal with it. Sapora now on red alert. See, actually his spy cam set up over towards Mail, Lauren. Now that's interesting because it's spreading his utility across the map. The be a factor on either side here. And actually, Poor going to walk through. Defo still lingering inside ropes.
Turco's in danger. Hearing at least 2 cross. Tags on 1. Does take Shados with him, but the trade comes out, and that flash is excellent. Russ is just setting this in motion. Another spotted. Defo completely blind, but he fights out from it. Russ has gone down, and Chronicle's got his back. It's all on Brave's hands, and this is not looking likely, but maybe a quick kill could alleviate that stress. No, Defo's got him, and Gambit start as they mean to go on. First round in the second half.
Up there, I think Poor just slight misread there. He felt as if they'd obviously tried to bait out that rotation by dealing with the trap wire, and they were going to drift back into mid, but Defo ready and waiting. Here's, well, only a Sheriff. I think actually only 1 thrown in here on the back of Russ. Going to ride this one out. See here, Gambit how to play this. Again, they're going to spread very, very wide on this default. Spike not committed at the minute, and Supermassive Blaze actually going to stack everybody towards A site. I think pretty quickly Gambit should be able to figure this out. How cautious they are in approach. I think it's going to be Defo and Shados to really try and just dip their toes, see if anything responds in Heaven this time around. But elsewhere, I mean, look at Chronicle. He's just been sat outside B main. He's not even gone towards the orb yet. Got that wall to kind of split off. And Nats will spot 1 player. The only damage done so far. The rest of the stack unnoted as of yet.
Yeah, slow and steady. Gambit being very cautious. That's going to be the one in middle to make sure those rotations are going to be a little tricky, so they have to go the long way around. Defo clearing sight, and I think at this point you're feeling, right, left. That was probably an A stack, boys. We should be good for the plant, but how close are they? And there we go, spike plant down, 5v5 post. We look to see what damage can be done. This is purely classics. This is as ecoed out as you're going to get. So again, for Gambit, you're looking, oh, I'd say 4 alive, if anything. Let's see what they can do with it. A late play coming in as well from Nats towards Heaven. He'll be able to kind of maybe pinch on the cross. They do go for a bit of a burst here. If not, they wait CT and accept fate.
Stacking up here to do a little bit of damage if possible, but it's going to be an absolute feeding frenzy here. Turco actually going to get stuck inside, but we'll fall to the spike anyway.
That's fine.
We'll write that one off altogether. Just looking to make a late hit there to do a little bit of damage for some reinvestment here, but it will be a flawless round victory for Gambit. An opportunity here, a very good opportunity actually, as a fully fledged bonus round. Again, talk about the round timeline. Not too dissimilar here, even if we get the response from Supermassive Blaze here. They've got to keep this up. Again, I don't expect Supermassive Blaze to be playing every round like that, particularly on the buy rounds. See here now, actually a much quicker piece from Gambit here towards A.
Russ has to have seen that. Just put the dog down. Finds Defo. He knows there's more as well. The quick flash in case anyone had made it closer, but no one's there. The wall's still towards Heaven as well. So Izzy knows there's someone close, but unfortunate. I didn't find. That could have really caught Nats in a bad spot, but Izzy's aim is still going to be true to him, finding 2. The third's going to evade. Redgar's got it. Now a bit of an extended bonus, but keep in mind, this is still a 2v3. It's not out of the realm of possibility. The Rifles seem also aware of where Chronicle and Redgar may be. Brave with a nasty position to clear if they kept going this way.
Here again, the secondary objective really just to make this costly. And Redgar actually finding Brave will do just that. Russ there to clean things up, but 3 kills, so again, you got to give it to Gambit there, at least on that round. I don't think Actually, considering the damage done, I know Turco and Russ both took damage, right? Turco ended up healing Russ, so it's going to force the armor repurchase as well, which on a round like that does make things, it has a knock-on effect. Makes things very different. Even though they do come out with the win. Yeah, well, it's only one Spectre, actually, so a couple of light armors dotted across utility-wise. Struggling, though, actually. Looking at the important pieces, the wall online for Turco, though. Oh, Defo.
Oh, Brave.
Actually,
yeah, look at that push up. Defo just hounded him down. He was following off the back of the utility invested towards that, and I love to see utility capitalized on. Great work from Defo there. Brave's gonna feel punished for that. And now they can hit the brakes for a second, reconsider their approach if they want to. That player advantage is massive at this point.
I think that wall went down a little late, so probably another 15 seconds or so on it. But you can see already Nats and Chronicle going to stack up behind it, and there's nobody else on A's site. Supermassive Blaze look to retake mid here, and Defo still ready and waiting. He's going to find another, actually. Third on the round for him, and 2 remain as the spike makes its way over towards A.
No one on site to take that, so let's see if they feel confident enough to work forward.
30 seconds left.
There we go. So Spike should be going down. Took their time to clear. Didn't want to get, ahead of themselves, get caught off by someone lingering around, but Turco and Russ are pretty far from this Hypoc.
Yeah, and I think the consideration here, hold on to these weapons. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to look after this, but and no strangers to piling in, being proactive on the defense, and again trying to find something on the back of these weapons. Izzy one away from the showstopper as well, so potentially going to see a play one of the orbs, at least to make that a factor in the next round. Again, effectively cancelling out the requirement for one of these purchases at least. And again, as I said in the previous round, still keeping full armor, and the light armor, at least on the side of Russ, kind of lessens the dent on that purchase in the next round. Gambit now, 2 ahead. Looking for, I gotta say it, looking a bit better in terms of the attack, right? And Defo is certainly a talking point in that regard as one to kind of lead the charge. But I mean, we've talked about this before in terms of Gambit's typical composition, right? And how there's not really any enablers other than, the Sova that appears. But here with Shados on the sky, that's a very different play style, and I think as well Defo coming online is important for Gambit in a number of regards, right? Because they don't often stack up, right? So they're looking for these kind of 2 or 3 different points of contact, whether that be Nats or Chronicle on one side of the map, or Defo in mid. So
and this is the thing, and I'm with you, right? The difference when, as much as you can look at Defo and say, well, he's not getting entries, well, he's not got, the sky working with him or something he can work off. It's very hard in that traditional composition, I'm sure. So already that difference in the previous round where you saw Redguard's utility, Shados' utility, both finding huge impact, kind of proves that, okay, well, Defo can easily work off the back of that given the opportunity. Actually, that's a really integral thing in this half. So this is a great look, actually, for Gambit. A good adjustment coming out here. This is interesting to see, and I want to see how SMB now maybe find some composure, because it feels like they haven't quite found that footing here. They haven't quite found that, I guess, groove to it yet. They have been dictated to by Gambit. So we go back in, 7-9, Gambit do lead, and SMB haven't been quite able to find their footing. In this round, probably not too much different. They do have the 2 leftover rifles. The rest, pistols galore.
Yeah, not making a play for the orb early on. Izzy's going to have to rely on getting a kill here, but again, a good reactionary ultimate here, especially playing inside ropes. But a little bit of an adjustment here. As I was talking about the 2 players on the extremities. Chronicle over towards A this time, and it's Redguard in B main. Defo will fall. Russ thread the needle on the first, and that weakens Gambit's approach towards mid in this round. Weapon unretrievable though.
Oh, this is getting tricky though, because Defo's been the one who's been finding these entry picks, Hypoc. I get a little nervous now, even though they're up against, I guess, The timing of that, bloody hell. Redgar's just like crept away like, no, I'm having none of it. No, but again, bear in mind they are outgunned here. They are, you know, for SMB they have the numbers, but the weaponry is still not quite there. The Seekers still going to highlight this A piece is coming in.
30 seconds
With a
left.
couple of sheriffs here, or one sheriff, one ghost.
Poor, could catch a spike here, Lauren.
They definitely could, but Nats has found Russ. Let's see if Pora can do this. Has he hurt? Yeah, he's definitely heard something. Izzy just looked away. Redgar, he's got to find Pora. He gets Izzy, and now maybe the saving grace. 10 seconds to get towards site. Needs to just move in. The two rifles still remain, Brave and Turco, but man, that timing could have been different.
Yeah, so coming out Brave will actually deal with Chronicle here. 22 HP though, going to be difficult to get any closer. Turco does have that heal. If he can get a little closer in screens, at least a fighting chance.
There we go. Hill given across. Brave now getting boosted back up. First pick worked on there in the post bomb, but no, it's going to be Gambit. Really well controlled. I was worried after that pick on towards Defo, if I'm going to be honest. As soon as he fell, I was like, okay, this could be a problem. We've got the rifles in the right place. Maybe they'd isolated that player who's bringing in the spike. That could have been another potential pitfall, but it wasn't. So now double digits found for Gambit. This feels very grindy, though. It's not an easy game at all.
I think as well, with the spike hitting that rotation when it did, I don't want to say it's lucky, but it's unfortunate, I guess, for Supermassive Blaze not to find that kill onto Redgar, because again, that's a spike down and potentially changes the course of that round. Again, 3 players really committed towards mid to address Gambit's setup previously here, but they won't find anything on the back of the flash, and that will draw out the rotation, the wall going down in heaven as well, to give them a little breathing space for the time being. And now look at it though, trying to capitalize on the back of it, and Gambit actually might be walking straight into this stack.
Fast. Defo is so blind. He had absolutely no clue what was going on. Brave's still here, going to post himself up on the corner. See Turco trying to keep their attention drawn. There's so many players on this site, but now look at that lurk through towards heaven as well. There is going to be a player coming through slowly but surely, but Nats is denied right now. He can't make that presence noted, so a pause has to be made almost here. Gambit need to wait a second or two, live out some of this utility, try and just hit the brakes. But I don't think they can even disengage really away from this hit. They have to keep committing to this.
They dropped the spike.
There's the flash. There's Izzy gone, and there's Turco and Russ. Redgar and Shados are down, but there's still many players here. Pora's found Nats. That's a lurk through on Heaven, gone, leaving just Chronicle alive, and the stack in the right place at the right time. And SMB reading it very well, controlling that lurk, and Izzy finds Chronicle in the end, and SMB are back into it now. They found another. They found a little bit. And maybe that opens up the chance for the rest of this half. But at this present, that's the first real stopper I feel we've had on Gambit.
Yeah, the problem is, we talk about the previous map, it's the first real time we've seen Gambit, you know, step up and try to piece together, you know, a stacked execute. On the back of the Cosmic Divide going up, Defo going in with the spike, and I think a team flash actually coming from the back lines. Yes, it's a stack from Supermassive Blaze, but a couple of slip-ups from Gambit along the way. The spike carrier being the main one for me. How often do we see Gambit not commit the spike either way in rounds? So a little uncharacteristic.
Ooh, Shados. Big man fight towards middle, and the combination between him and Defo has been pretty deadly. Now this could be a no res actually. Turco not able to get that up yet. I thought he was there, but no, he's still one away. But Seeker's coming in, looking to see if the player peeks with it, but no, flash to follow as well. And now there goes Defo, and now suddenly the res is there. Turco can get his buddy back up. That's Izzy, but Pora's lost his life. Now where's that spike though? A million miles away from being relevant, but a 4v3.
Shado's got to be careful here. Russ actually responds.
Spike.
Yeah, I mean, there's none of this matters right now. Nats walks through just a really weird round. You look at that versus the previous round. Now, I ask the question once again: what the hell is Defo doing dashing in with a spike? These set pieces continue to concern me for Gambit. And it's so strange to see a team that fundamentally, in terms of the protocols they have in place, looks so weak in terms of these kind of choreographed sight hits, Lauren. It's very strange.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, at this point.
What is this?
Watching how this round went down.
Is that Yampy?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yampy got onto Defo's account?
That was a straight up Yampy move. It's out of the Yampy playbook. I'm not sure if we love it, but It's there. Now, this has worked down the money, though. Now, luckily for them, Defo can sit on his ult, so that's still okay. Gonna at least even some things out. Figure of utility through towards heaven, but no big information found. Oh, here we go. Tries to avoid paint shells, and you can see 60... A little bit of damage done, but he's right back up. He'll be fine.
I think he wanted to dash into heaven there, but a little bit of a
I thought so for a second.
Misclick, miscalculation on the timing there, and doesn't even get through the choke. So Gambit now have to slowly approach this. They flash themselves into ropes here. Turco actually ready and waiting. Defo will find at least the first. There's still 3 players to deal with on a site here, Lauren.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to realise this, because the gap can be filled towards
dirty.
fence, so that's another player kind of filling the void, and here we go. It's going to be towards the site, but Defo's found Russ. That's pretty important. Pora's got the trade out, but Pora's still on the back lines.
Oh my
He is
God.
doing such good work for SMB. Defo's going to try and thread the needle. He's denied! Pora! Huge impact this round. Is now Izzy up against Redgar, and Izzy's just going in. This is a BDP if I've ever seen it. Look at this guy. Izzy has crossed that gap, and I don't know if Redgar is going to be fully aware of how close Izzy could be. Still has the bot to hand.
Izzy!
Op is more than enough. Izzy is nuts at this game.
There was a second there where I think he was contemplating wallbanging, and his crosshair lined up perfectly.
It was on, dude.
Doesn't matter. Oof. Still closes things out, and I gotta say it. Much better approach there from Gambit. Again, seeing the spike not committed, Defo able to at least, you know, be able to spearhead that attack, but a little bit of a slip up there in terms of the ability usage. Slows things down. I think Gambit had a window of opportunity that closed very quickly, and when they have to slowly, you know, wait for that heal to come through, then re-explore ropes, then re-explore all of heaven, it gives Supermassive Blaze so much time to just kind of sit there and go, okay, well, you know, you're burning up utility, we'll wait for the hit to come through.
I want to say as well, I'm used to CIS AWPers being pretty good, but man, Turkey has some very good offers as well. You think CNED, Izzy, all this talent. Pretty sick. This point Defo though, speaking of CIS, AWPers going to be on the rifle this time around. And it looks like Redcar's getting a lot of room to work out here. There's still the player waiting patiently on the other side, that being Pora, who was instrumental in the previous round. This time actually adjusts well enough to claim Redgar at least, but it's Chronicle and Shados. Huge power on this site take. Spike's on the way in the hands safely of Nats. And where is Izzy and Russ in this?
I know exactly where you are.
Seth's going to come out, give away this information. At least Shados will face Izzy once again. That's a scary prospect in itself. Him and Russ will pull back here. Hold on to the operator again. Getting into dangerous territory in terms of the round score now, and that economy becoming crucial. I think here, looking at the ultimates again, is he not... Still a spy cam in place over on A. You will see Gambit actually potentially coming to pile on the pressure here. Maybe look to punish this save, but I think Izzy and Russ going to be able to hold on, at least play distance enough here. But Gambit go to 11. To see what the purchase looks like here, because it's Neural Theft and the Cosmic Drive. Russ one away from the Seekers here, so an opportunity to maybe pile on the pressure if they can find a first blood here. It's going to be Gambit. Pump the brakes a little, call attack timeout. Again, I'm liking what I've seen from that previous round with that kind of coordinated hit towards A. A little better in terms of the adjustment, or the adaptation, I should say, in terms of who was carrying the spike, but
yes,
it just still feels shaky. Again, that round there, the B site hit, yes, clean, but it comes down to I gotta say it, just somebody being in a weird spot where they find 2 kills. I'm talking about Chronicle and then Shados with a great counter peak, right? It's not on the back of really coordinated utility investment. And the thing is, if on those rounds where Supermassive Blaze are able to just, you know, switch up and gamble one side or the other, I feel like Gambit are losing out on those sorts of rounds.
No, and I'm with you. Again, if we look at the way this has gone, those 3 rounds on the trot that SMB pulled off clearly left an impression, even though this is obviously the answer back. You look at repeatable success, and as you said, a couple of those positions working out very well, but maybe they want more.
Here.
I don't know.
This is a nice spot.
an easier answer to things. I don't know if they're going to find an easier answer necessarily, but maybe a more straightforward one, maybe a little bit more regimented in approach. But at this point, Spike's all the way back. Let's see if it ever leaves there.
Like Gambit and making things easy for themselves. How many times do we see it come down to somebody bailing them out, or Nats finding 4 kills or something out of nowhere when he's the last man up? So that would be the biggest of adjustments, right? Gambit starting to make things easy for themselves. Because again, actually, if they start winning those sorts of rounds, Lauren, it's... Again, it becomes even more terrifying, right? As a concept for this team.
I'm with you. Now, they have lost mid-control here. You can see Pora now having to pay a great deal of attention towards vents because they noted that sky flash that came through, now going to draw them back. But it's Russ. And SMB looking late round. It's Nats on the other side. He had the hand off the keyboard for a second there, but it's going to be right back on. And now timing is everything. The gun barrel shows, and he's got support. Nats and Redgar doing well to control the aggressive play out towards B. Well, actually, Nat's going to find one on Russ as well. Somehow, it's worked out so perfectly for Nats in this.
Poor timing on that.
Spike planted.
Smoke dropping. And it's Izzy once again with the operator. All the way back in spawn. No real say in this round whatsoever. And a stark contrast, really. Again, I was talking about SMB being very fortunate in terms of where they were rotating Izzy towards on Ascent and finding value on those first bloods, those picks with the operator. This time, I feel as if, at least on defense here, that's not been a factor at all. Again, we could talk about the composition change and having a few more tools to deal with him, but Izzy's certainly not having as much success here, and it's really, really playing into Gambit's hands. Nat's going to be shut down as well. Again, I think the economy in terms of last few rounds, the way they've gone, won't be hurting at all. I was going to say a bigger loss if Izzy drops that weapon than any kills he finds on Gambit.
Yeah, really could have done with keeping control of that. Again, this is now map point. This is best of 5 though, so keep in mind this is going to be a marathon and not a sprint for these two teams. But a well-needed and resounding wake-up call for Gambit across the board. After map 1, I think most of us were a little worried or a little maybe taken aback by these results. Izzy still there, he was hoping to keep that up on because I want to look at the money here. Able to get a rifle, but then look at the rest.
Pora struggling.
I think maybe talking through their economy. Yeah, Pora is not looking good with money. Couple of light armors coming out and Spectres. Brave can get a decent buy. Izzy as well, of course. And Turco, again, it's going to be kind of running the money a little thin. And you look on the other side, the damage that was done by that op is just nothing to really note at this point. I don't think they're ever going to take that money away.
Certainly not. Ultimates-wise, got to call the Viper's bit online, and again, the Cosmic Divide. So potentially we do see Gambit lean towards a bit more of a set piece here. We've seen them try and make use of that Cosmic Divide to zone their way into B at least. The Viper's bit is huge in terms of the post plant. The other side of the coin, not really the Seekers available, but similar in terms of the ultimates here. Nat's actually one off his neural theft as well, so almost mirror in terms of a couple of these ultimates.
We go again. Straight into this now. SMB going to be put to the test. This Gambit kind of finding a bit of themselves here, finding a bit of that magic that made them so good. That was just ripped away from them in map 1, but already defo. Looking for anyone willing to fight, and I think they've conceded this mid-battle, at least early round. May have a little look towards later, but Defo's taking so much space. There's 2 players on the other side. One dedicated towards the ramp and one toward vent. Russ will be the one who's going to be having to control this. Flash goes in. Doesn't find anyone quickly. No confirmation of presence, so this could almost encourage Defo to go for this, but the Seeker's following Hypoc.
You give away this information, at least of, well, I was going to say, somebody being here, because the majority of those stopped in their tracks. Massive Blaze not really benefiting anything on the back of that ultimate being invested. A 3-man stack.
You are divided.
There you go. There's the Cosmic Divide. It's going to be put up, and like I said, zoning their way into B is the plan.
Let's see what SMB do with this. They have some tough choices to make. Flash comes in as well, going to make this trickier. Doesn't catch anyone, but Defo's going to move further forward. He'll try and make his presence noted, but he actually loses his life. Brave's done well there, so has Turco.
Oh
They've actually been able to just isolate, divide into pieces, make it more manageable, if anything.
Again, almost using the Cosmic Divide to their advantage. Playing either side and completely dismantling that split. Again, it gives them a barrier. There's almost this safety net to split these angles, either side of it. And I mean, we talked about the economy looking flat for the previous. Defo's on a Spectre here. Redguard 2.
Okay, it's 11 to 12. I really thought that was going to be the one. I thought that was going to be across the line for Gambit, and away we go into the third, looking towards Bind, but no. SMB refusing to let this one slip, even though they've been maybe a little quieter than their more dominant maps. Defo has found great deals of room here through middle with Shados by his side. The flashes have been great in combination with a bit of that Astra utility coming in too. But SMB show presence early and then fall back a little.
Here, come back to the ultimate discussion. Showstopper, Neural Theft, and Cosmic Divide available here for SMB. And again, those two enablers we saw in the previous invested by Gambit. Do have the Seekers, though. Potential here to... You send out a Fact Finder. Discover this three-man stack towards B once again on the side of Supermassive Blaze. We'll have to wait and see.
I've got your trail.
Here we go. Actually, with three of them heading towards B, yeah.
Good flash. Russ needs to buy time, and he's doing just that. Oh, he's been taken down by Nats. How has he managed this poor and needs to find the timing? Now he can't. Gambit have just found the perfect timing to strike, just somehow evading Pora and Russ's potential. Turco now being denied this presence to be able to catch that cross, and they're down to 2. Brave and Izzy, the last standing. SMB, oh, Nats just keeps punching them down. There's now Brave left in a 1v5. Gambit picking things up off the floor, off the pieces that remain. Defo to shut it down, and what a game from him. Truly a difference maker with Shados, I feel, especially here.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it, him being the one to lead the charge for Gambit in some of these attacking rounds where we've seen them struggle previously, at least, but a great response, but it effectively went the distance in regulation, Lauren. So
yeah.
Take away what you want from that. It's great to see them answer back, but I'm still feeling that Supermassive Blaze are playing scarily well. Even in these rounds, that last round there comes down. Like I even said, the Seekers invested is the one defining moment of that round. That's the green light for Gambit to move quickly and decisively, which is something we don't see them do very often on the attack. If they can replicate that, if they can do that more often, find other ways to get a feel for Supermassive Blaze setup, then yes, potentially going forwards in the rest of this series, we might see them have a bit more success on attack.
Yeah, I'm loving this whole switch up. Be it the composition that came in, the sky, the Astro, whatever it kind of was that facilitated Defo, I love that look coming out for them. However, we have a lot of maps in front of us now. This is kind of opening things up. Best of 5 is looking like it's going to go the distance, so we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, the desk we're talking through what's coming up and what we just saw.
Welcome back to the VCT, the grand finals even of the VCT Challengers playoffs. I am your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined by Lothar and Kaquka. Gambit, a slow start on Ascend. Many might even argue that they didn't really even get started. But Kaquka, they showed up on Split.
Yeah, a wake-up call completely that first map, and something that I personally did not expect for this Split. I told you that I really like the comp. I really trust in the way that they're working around this, so good for them.
I feel like Gambit kind of did made a lot of things correctly when it comes to setting up the attacks, which was not something that they were doing on Ascent. They were actually proactive, not reactive, and also SMB did something that I wasn't expecting. They actually played completely differently than on Ascent. They were not waiting for Gambit, they were just pushing as well on attack, which something I was praising them for on Ascent, because they were just playing against the Gambit's plan, but here they just played into Gambit's plan.
Do you feel like that was the difference then? Because it was a very, very close map. So maybe if, SMB had stuck to their original game plan, they would have taken this.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was really impressed by how well composed they were on Ascent, and they felt like a unit that played together with a plan, which was we stand our ground, we wait for opponents to make a move, and then we bleed for time, like bleed the time out of them. Here, it was like basically Gambit finally had room to breathe, and they could play their own game plan.
Yeah, it feels like they had the defense on the control. We see it here on the graphic. Turco was the player for SMB, but definitely Chronicle. We were saying double controller, but Chronicle was actually opening the sides on attack. He wasn't feeling like, we need a little bit more pressure. He was going in, he was having the day, this is my map, I'm playing Viper, it's not Nats, and that's what's staying on the Cypher. So great from him. I also feel like SMB were not finding their place, especially in the attack. We went on the half 6-6. I feel like until they decided that the most important part of the map was that mid, they lost too much time on doing something stupid.
The double door issue.
The double door issue.
Double door
Actually,
issue.
yeah.
But, Viper, Lothar, we've heard it over and over again from you. You have always said that you don't understand why teams don't play Viper on Split. What did you make of Chronicles, Viper?
It was especially important on attack. On attack, the Viper wall was crucial for them to take space on A side. You have been seeing two Viper walls being used by Chronicle. One was going through ramp, and then it was angled towards rafters, which cut off entire angle of rafters and makes it also visible that if someone stands in the corner because he's being affected by the decal with its weapon sticking out, or it was used more often as a tool for lurking, and it was in combination with the Cypher cages, because the wall was cutting off the entire Haven and CT out of vision of A orb, while Cypher was cutting off ramp. So even if no one was pushing into that area, they could bluff it that someone did push it, and that was putting SMB into a difficult spot, because they were typically also opening mid and just leaving vents open, which Gambit was pushing a lot, especially with Defo destroying the trap from the Cypher in that vent area very fast. So they were basically pinched even if something wasn't happening in the A area.
You were a fan then of his Viper?
Yeah, I would definitely was instrumental to the success of the attack, because on B we also have seen successful pushes with the orb being either used or rafters on or A side, where typically the default player on the defense is holding the B entrance, and he couldn't do that because of the permanent smoke from the toxic orb.
I also feel it's something that we're going to see in Bind, and this is where I've seen most progress in Gambit, and is by the usage of the double controller. All the scenarios that they have prepared for themselves to change the map and adapt it to their needs. It's obviously what you're looking for when you have that many walls, but I feel like they're doing a great job at it.
Yeah, and Redgar, a huge part of what they've been doing there, and there were a lot of really great rounds there, Lothar. A lot more executes, cleaner, more team play compared to Ascent. I know there was one in particular you wanted to have a look at.
Yeah, there's one round where I see Defo doing a big difference, because that's something that we have missed before from him. On mid, he will be able to open up space. Look here, after the Tiger does get the stun, Devo just goes in, gets the first kill, and backs out. And this is something that we have been missing on Ascent. We didn't see those aggressive pushes from them to grab a little bit of space and get that first kill. While in the meantime, take a look at the minimap, what is happening on A. That's the Viper wall giving them space, where the sapphiRe and Viper player are now currently sneaking up the ramp, and this is completely dismantling SMB's just defense, because now they have no clue where anyone is, right? They can be in vents, they can be in A ramp, they can also be just holding B garage, and that's something that SMB was falling into many times, because they always try to compensate. As you can see here, they try to push for mid because they're on a deficit, and they lose the exchanges. That same thing happened in another round on B, because there was another player holding that angle, and they're just going to a default position. They get killed by Gambit, and it was like, okay, well, we did that. We played against that well on Ascent. Why are we falling into this trap here on Split, right? So I'm slightly unimpressed with SMB's performance here.
Yeah, well, but on the side of Gambit, I said this, before we went into this map, if there was any team that was going to let that Ascent performance affect them, it was going to be Gambit. They have exactly what it takes to get back into this. We even saw Redguard tweet, like, it wasn't the best first map, but we've got this. We're going to win the next one. And Kaquka, this is why this team is in the final, right? Because we have a lot of teams that might feel the pressure and crumble when they lose like that.
Yeah, exactly. Not them, obviously, not eager players just yet. Just give it a couple more months in EU probably, and then we'll see that. But I think that for next map, what I said is going to be crucial. Still, that usage of the double controller, especially because this map that SMB lost to to Ascent, it was a lot about how Ascent was playing with the map and how the usage of the TP was crucial almost every single round. And I feel like the design of the map of Gambit is going to be the most important part.
It's kind of peculiar what you mentioned about the team compositions, because it feels like both teams have a gap in the team compositions on Bind. Gambit is not typically playing a Sage, which makes it super problematic to plant on A side, because you're so open to the shower area. So it's even more important to take control of showers before you execute on A. While the composition from SMB simply doesn't have a Viper. A Viper is super important of taking up space on A side. You're gonna see from Gambit, they're gonna condition SMB on A side with a Viper wall going through middle of it, and then a Toxic Orb being put on lamps. That is a huge problem then to hold A, which tries to compensate for the lack of Sage.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about those gaps there, Lothar, but what about the strong points? What are the win conditions here for both teams?
So Gambit, as usual, there's nothing new to say here. They play almost identical when it comes to the way they approach the map on every single map, apart from Breeze, because we didn't see that often, so we can't really talk about it. But on Bind, they have superior defense, but the attack is lacking. That's the problem that they always have. On defense, they have amazing setups. The Viper and Astra combination is super strong because it literally plays in intervals. So when one runs out of fuel, the other one compensates because he has so much utility to basically fit whatever is needed. Even with the nerf on the cooldowns on Astra, she still has great intervals when it comes to the cooldowns together with Viper. While the other thing is, both teams are playing Sky, and Sky is such a crucial piece of utility here on this map as well, especially with the double heal for SMB.
And I think that winning condition for Gambit is going to be, of course, on B, Nats and Shade, as you were mentioning, the Viper, the Sky. But I also feel like I think that one thing that SMB has to improve in this map is the fast rotation. They definitely did that on Split, but they didn't manage to get it to overtime.
Yeah, well, SMB, they're on the back foot now, how the tides have changed, but we are going to take a little break here, but do not go anywhere because Bind is coming up next. level things up on Split, which means we're definitely going to be seeing the Haven a little bit later. But first, we have to settle it on Bind. Now, guys, the agent compositions, we've seen some different things from both teams. But Lothar, it does come down to that one of the teams here, they like the Viper, they still run it, and the other one, they moved away from it.
So SMB, because they play a little bit, let's say, more aggressive on the defense, because they play with Killjoy instead of the Viper, so they don't play for the wall and the Toxic Orb. They try to apply pressure, which means that from one side, they're going to try to push the attackers out of their lane to funnel them into a trap set up, an example in Hookah, if they pressure on A. And this works very well against most of the teams, apart from Na'Vi and Gambit, I would say, because Na'Vi and Gambit have a similar way of attacking, which is just, as we know on Ascent, it was just basically defaulting. On Bind, we see Gambit also apply a lot of pressure towards Orb in the showers, because they like to play for that to fuel Sky, right? But that literally plays into Gambit's plan. And literally because of that, SMB have to play differently, just like they played on Ascent, to have a massive success. At least this is in my eyes, because it's a repetition. All three maps seem very similar in the way we would like to play as a team to counter the other team, but SMB didn't play that on map 2. I hope they will recuperate and now try to play into that on Bind.
I think it's not only the Viper, it's also the fact that Gambit decides to choose and to have Defo on the Jet. And it's, you know, it just adds up. You cannot have pressure with the Raze, you're going to have it with the Viper, you're going to gain that control for yourself that way. So I think that's also, you know, to take in account.
Yeah, and also we've seen some North American players and coaches and analysts basically talk about the fact that if you're not using Viper or Astra, you know, the way that some of the EU teams and EMEA teams are, then you're trolling, you're inting. Do you feel that way, Kaquka? Do you feel like, you know, Astra, Viper, especially on Bind, at least one of these agents should be in there?
I would say, at least one of them has to be for sure. I mean, I was telling you guys in the break, I would love to see Powder just going in the Viper or the Astra. I would love that.
Well, that will be a sight to behold for sure. One thing I have worried whenever I see an Astra player is like how good his ultimates will be, because typically that's the culprit. Many teams are just using the Astra wall when it benefits the opposing team more than themselves, and there's a very small, fine line to find that middle ground where it's actually more useful for your own team. And there are only few teams so far in the world that actually found that.
Yeah, and Red Guy, he's quite reliable on the Astra, though. We are going to head into Agent Select now and see if the Viper versus no Viper is going to be coming out, or maybe SMB, they decide to go with the Viper this time around. But so far on the side of Gambit, Lothar, it's another day at work. Another day at work? Yeah, that's the analogy, isn't it?
Well,
another day in the office. I got there.
I was about to call Sesh to ask for permission. Oh, no. I mean, I expected no changes.
Yeah, there's essentially those 8 agents are literally always the ones that I pick now. 9 Nats with the Viper. I love how he's using the Viper in general, like how he's taking space, because he's doing something that not many Vipers in professional play do yet, but you can actually see it a lot in competitive play and ranked, where Vipers are picking up the smokes and just reposition them by throwing them further and further, kind of like Jet Cloud Bursts, but way slower, right? So that's something that he tries to do, and it's actually super nice on Bind. And then we've seen Easy on Raze on this map often. He's not as explosive as on the Jet, of course, and that worries me a little bit on the attack, but at the same time, Hookah control with the Boombot is so easy.
Also the Sage too, you know, we speak about Shados' Sage a lot, and I know, Kaquka, you're a big fan of Turco. He is ridiculous on this agent.
It's ridiculous. I feel like it gives me the same vibe as Nat. It's always like the strongholder, obviously not opening the sides, not as flashy as a duelist, but it does the job so very well.
And also on defense, Turco and Brave have the most first bloods on SMB, even though they played Astra and the Sage, because they aggressively take space on the lurks if they know that there's something else happening on the other side. So this is how they typically apply that pressure and create those traps. But again, this will play straight into Gambit's default.
But more importantly, really quickly from the both of you, who's taking this one?
SMB.
on, Gambit.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's time for map 3. It's one apiece in this grand final. And Pansy and Hypoc, I feel like we haven't seen an overtime yet. Maybe we'll get one on this map.
Look, it may be on the cards. The last map was incredibly close. We were very, almost there. We're almost there, Yinsu. You know, it's just another day in the office for us, as you like to say.
In a suit? Was that where we're
another
going
day
with it? Yeah.
working. Another day. But we are about to jump into map 3, and it is tied up now. We had 2 very different looking maps. Map 1, bit of a blowout. I say a bit, it was quite decisively a blowout. But map 2, a very close affair. What do you think we're getting here? Do you think we're going to get more of map 1 or more of map 2?
I'm glad the desk touched on the composition in the way they did, because I think actually we've got a very, very different approach towards Bind, particularly on the defense, right? And it's this switch up here with Nats coming onto the Viper, which I love to see, but they tend to get a little more proactive, right? With these small set pieces in terms of utility. And the other thing, actually having the Sky and the Sova, right? In terms of their attack, which has been a concern, they're very proactive information gatherers, right? We look towards Nats to be sat back in his cam as soon as the barriers drop and waiting to receive that information, right? The condition is on, you know, the enemy team giving that away. So this is actually stylistically a very different approach to Gambit. So I'm excited to see how that fares against Supermassive Blaze here.
I need to stop obscuring vision.
Well, we're going to find out any second. Now, SMB will be coming into this one, looking to maybe pick up from where map 1 was, but of course Gambit going to just ignore that ever happened, if possible. And Gambit will be on the attacking side, and SMB will be on the defensive side, and at the very beginning, Gambit taking their time, but Turco's not far away from this. He's not leaving it completely unattended. It's not just a haphazard wall, but they just about evade each other. And look at the timing on this. Redgar has managed to slip all the way up long. And yes, the rotation's coming in, but by now, look at the timing on this. Brave is a mile away. Redgar, I don't think he's going to be able to see it. No, and Izzy is completely caught off guard. Brave now shows his hand, but it's not clean. Defo, great work there. Fantastic impact already into this round.
Chronicle coming across from showers here. Actually, that Shotgun nearly doing a lot of damage to Pora, but he'll be able to slip through at least for the time being. Russ alongside him, and actually this spawn rotation might get cut off as well, Lauren. You see Turco very late to the party, and he does.
There it is. Yeah, Shados caught it. Great point there. And now it is just the 2, Russ and Pora. Whew, not an easy place to play back in from. Still a flash for Shados too. So as soon as contact's made, he could always pop that out if they feel they need it. Look how much they've still got left in the tank after that freebie walk-up. But they did find Chronicle. But it's that final hurdle that will be that step too far. A little bit more damage, but it does not matter. Nats is there. And Gambit off to a great beginning. And that walk-up long, that's so much freedom.
And again, just the sound cues alone. No information at all on the side of Supermassive Blaze received on A Shore. Just the sound cues of Chronicle trying to deal with that wall. Kept that setup for the time being. There was only one player to really hold down the fort on B. And like you said, Redgar initially able to slip through undetected as Brave held onto Hooker. I can't help but feel if he's playing back spawn there, it's a little safer. You know, Izzy doesn't get caught out in that rotation, but nonetheless, well played by Gambit. Supermassive Blaze now stacked up inside Hooker, looking to get a little aggressive here. They will stack up and play for a trade here, so potential for a weapon upgrade. Shado's got to be careful now, because there's more bodies than this.
Ooh. Yeah, that's not pretty. Defo's had to fall back to this. Oh, no way. Brave finds Defo. And look at the positionings coming back out. This is super weird. What a out of sorts round. Shados fell away. He's still got his flash if he needs it, but they're going to just wrap back around for as long. So the spike has just been grabbed by Nats. And you're right. Redgar has found room. He's going to confirm that A is clear. Come over this way. Ferry that spike on in. Get that plant down, and let's get this round maybe back on track, because this has gone so out of kilter.
He gets all the way to heaven, actually, and that's huge for Gambit. Okay, if he's able to at least contest one of these points of re-entry here. I'm worried, actually. Shados is way split. A million miles away from this.
He's going to come around now. Nats is in trouble. I want to see what Redgar does. When do you strike on this?
Beautiful.
Okay, that's it. Great timing. Really held his nerve. I was a bit worried he might leave it too late and maybe Nats could have been pressured, but no. The timing was really well handled. Shados comes back around in time, and that could have fallen apart. You could see the seams being pulled at a little bit here by SMB, and you could see it almost fraying on the edges, but no. It's costly, sure. It's a good round for SMB in that regard, but the round will be Gambit's unless something unthinkable happens now.
We get a consolation nonetheless, but I gotta say it again, another shaky anti-eco from Gambit, and Supermassive Blaze's ability to stack up and just play trades on classics. Again, it highlights really just how diligent you have to be when you spread this thin in a default, which we know Gambit do 90% of rounds. But these are the sorts of rounds where it becomes very concerning. If a team can just swing out like that, just finding a 1-for-1 trade, the weapon upgrade, the pressure towards Fountain in itself, and luckily it's Redgar really that's able to find space elsewhere. Forces the repurchase here, the full repurchase actually, on the side of Gambit. So a lot to play for here in round 3, Lauren.
Yeah, the economy's certainly done no spiraling for either side. And Izzy's got to be careful now. Glass cannon at this point, and Pyro's got his back already. Good pick up there towards Defo. And this is the shutdown that they needed. Isolated fights, untradeable kills with the power that Pora is bringing on these two that he's picked up. And the site's well under control. These last two players, Redgar and Chronicle, fantastic, sure, but have no step towards the site. Spike is out of hand for now. Not a huge problem, unless they find quick success and they can't capitalize and springboard off the back of it.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Brave will be there to greet the unsuspecting Redgar and Chronicle now. 1v5, 40 seconds left. What do you reckon? How you feeling about this one? Light armor, is that a consideration to make, Lauren?
Well, it's this position he's in, Hypoc. It's the back shower hold. Now, it's quite infamous. Now, you may say for saves, sure, but no, it's 100% just chilling right now. Nothing's going to happen from this one, but we can kind of talk then. The difference makers in this, I felt like those first, I want to say 3 kills, sure, but even just the first bit of impact between Izzy and Pora was just almost unanswerable. Like, how are you meant to trade back into that at that point? They've gained no ground towards the site. They weren't able to really do much beyond that. There were such good kills in such critical areas. At that point, you've kind of lost all impact.
Let's see, really, if Gambit addressed this, because, again, it's one word I pick out from what you said, and it's untradeable, right? Without this kind of, I guess, synergy, that, again, here, the spacing's just off. The fact that Pora gets gifted 2 1v1s from a position that you'd say is one and done, right? Again, you could argue the only thing really that changes that is his turret, but he's actually taking the fight ahead of contact there. Circle will wall off showers here. The Owl Drone will spot him out for good measure, but orb retrieved. Yeah, actually here, Defo with the hero rifle. See if he can actually find something on the way forward for Gambit. That's a slip
that's
up.
Huge. What?
Pora's 11 HP.
This is really, really scary times now. Now, Russ has done very well, very controlled, but not controlled enough for Chronicle. Going to play out well from showers now. The site is looking very much in control. Spike yet to go down and the TP taken. That's going to be a runaway. Nats is just getting the hell out of there as much as he can. Redgar looking to lurk, but he can't catch anyone on the way out. So his position now feeling a little out of sorts, and Nats is on an island to an extent. He has to still find value for this. They are in a 3v3, and there's that big value. There it is. Ult comes on, and suddenly the site is looking far more controlled.
That's only 28 HP, though, so he's got to be careful. A stray bullet could drop him. So now he has some reinforcements here, but is he clearing through sight? Can Gambit hold on here in this post plant?
They found him. Clutching at straws. Pora's already made the first huge kill coming in towards Nats. Now the ult's going to go down. Redgar on the flank can't make it work. It's on towards Defo. The 1v1 gets Izzy.
That's what you want to see from the man. Yes, there's been questions, but comes up huge there in a 1v2. Close out around that, you got to say. Supermassive Blaze gifted on a platter. A few slip-ups in the early round, and Gambit there to punish. And a great rotation by Nats, actually. Yes, he gets found initially in that Viper's Pit drops, but huge round, a thrifty round, actually. Bring it back, and 600 credits left here in the tank for Supermassive Blaze after this purchase. Defo now actually with the operator online. If here actually a little bit of a switch up in terms of the tempo, at least for these early rounds. If you can find some picks with it, Lauren.
wait and see. All going up early enough here. No one fully committed up long. Now noting 2 on the other side. Nats is actually creeping up towards A as well, so pressure being felt across the map here. Defo is still aggressing on this. Not sitting back at all. Russ still has a flash as well, keep in mind. Slow comes in. Gonna kind of set Russ into that corner. Pora's found Nats. This is, if anything, gonna spur Defo on. He's so desperate for this, but they're just not giving him this. Creeps any closer. This is where it opens up that possibility for Russ. All now gone.
I've got your trail.
Seekers go in. This forces the hand now.
Yeah, just not able to get a clean peek here with 3 players on the other side of this as well. Yeah, Gambit have to reconsider this approach.
You are divided.
Actually, the lockdown. Look at that preemptive lockdown on the back of the Cosmic device thrown up. That's...
It's the time.
It's going to
Look
eat
at
up
how
so
time
much of
it's
this
gonna get them.
round.
Yeah, this TP, look, the desk talked about it, how much this is going to get utilized throughout this game from, I'm imagining both sides, but now they're down to 10 seconds. I don't think they get
Wait.
here. I don't think there's...
I mean,
Why?
just to make sure, I guess. But yeah, this is... The clock will decide this one. That's something we've talked about previously. Again, these late round hits, 1 kill or 1, ultimate in the form of the lockdown can ultimately decide the outcome. So... kind of the victims of their own approach there, Gambit. Important to note, again, Supermassive Blaze bodies in the right place at the right time to stop that push coming through on B, and it's effectively a 3v3 on long there, Lauren. And Gambit just don't like what they see.
No, nothing of what was on the other side was enticing them at all. There was no easy way through. There was no easy picks either. Nothing was being presented, everything calculated, and this is the first try towards Showers. Defo known for his presence here on the defensive side, but no slouch here either. Is he going to feel the brunt of this? And Shadow's going to pick up where he leaves off, going to try and maybe work a little further forward. Pora's going to have to fill that gap here. And timing's going to be a key factor. Shados has got it as soon as Pora tried to walk through. These are 2 huge impact frags coming through as Nats is going to try and take that space towards site. Russ will spot a little of Defo, but there's a player closer. It being Nats, it is now secured. Site is theirs.
They will get a comfortable plant as well.
Spike planted.
Turco and Brave left to try and recover something here, but in a 2v5, a solid post-plant hold from Gambit. Well, not that they're even giving it away. Defo actually allows Brave to regress, but Shados responds. Turco with a response, actually. Still potential to do some damage here to Gambit and their economy. The Ultra in the late round usage there of a huge piece of utility, actually. And Nats will come through and punish that on the other side. Gambit 4-2 ahead now. And this is something we talked about just before we came into this map, when we were talking about this switch up on Viper. Nats being the one to lead the charge in some of these slow, methodical rounds, Lauren, is a stark contrast to what we see him on Cypher, right?
Should I play some stars in this reality?
Yeah, and it's incredible to see versatility not just in agent pool, but approach to play, right?
Absolutely.
It's that ability to switch into that more kind of attentive or aggressive player who's going to be the one leading some part of this. Exactly. Yeah, he's nuts at clutching, but then also look at the amount of impact he can potentially have when he is first man forward to an extent, or a little bit more kind of on his own, still creating that space for the rest of the collective. It's very impressive to see, I think he's a 19-year-old. Young gun coming into this with so much value to how he plays, but no freebies at the beginning this time. We saw a couple of exchanges early on towards Showers, favouring, we saw Gambit previous, but it's been a back and forth affair. But for now, still being controlled by that wall. Defo wants it. Nothing to find though, still being played behind that tri-box on site. And Defo, there it is. Yeah, big pick there, finds it again. SMB are being worked down and worked away at very early on.
I've got to draw a player in rotation here. I think Supermassive Blaze anticipating Gambit flipping towards B on the back of that first blood, but looks like they will force the issue here. Utility invested. But no push through just yet. And Turco in a tough spot to dig out. He's good for 1, but Nats traded.
I really thought there could have been a follow-up to that as well. Nats, still, look at this guy go. As soon as you put him towards the front, he is happy to lead the charge, happy to be the first man forward. And now Russ and Brave. Where's Brave in this? Oh, they're both CT. Just Spike going down. I don't think they can deny this. Site control has been pretty much completely gained. You can see Brave having to clear through that CT hold just in case someone had made it that far forward. Every angle could contain a potential threat, and there's two around this corner. Nats to one side, Chronicle to the other. Chronicle gonna find that.
Okay. Yep.
As you do. As Russ. Now, well, options looking dire.
Yeah, one with not even a possibility really to force out here and take some of these weapons away. Hoping that somebody will push forward towards pipes. Hit that TP rotate. And again, I'm glad Lothar brought up. I know you and I discussed this at length last time we saw Gambit play on bind and their attacks and how much it hinges without the Sage in this comp. There's so many further steps, right, to ensure that you can get this plant on A comfortably. Yes, the utility use is important, but it's more about site control itself. It's more about clearing out all of these spots. So Gambit seemingly getting those 2 kills early enough, again, ahead of the rotation here. Pora falls, and it's another, what, 20 to 30 seconds before Gambit actually push on through. Now, that's a little ahead of the curve in terms of the way we'd expect Gambit to play out rounds. It's interesting to see that adjustment here. I'd love to see, really, if Supermassive Blaze are able to pick up on that. Because that's a very different aspect in terms of their play style.
There's pressure towards long. It looks like Gambit wants to re-explore this. Redgar's just... no one ever plays it, boys. And Defo just managed to walk up last time. But actually, no one is directly holding this time. Of course, we do have them down on the Sheriffs. The rifle that remained on Russ is still in play. And that is actually on the site itself. So could have some damage here if they're not careful about it. Flash comes in.
Right here.
Is he still towards the backside of Elbow? But a patience in droves for Gambit. No big rush here, but again, there is a time limit on this. You do have to kind of play that fine balance. You don't want to go in late towards a stack, potentially, which we know that SMB do like to run.
About this time is... again, where Gambit going to lean one way or the other. Seeker's invested on B, actually. And on the back of that, immediately Gambit try and push forward onto A. Pora got it all to do now. He's actually going to wrap towards lamps here. He'll get shut down. And only one rifle on the way back in here, so Supermassive Blaze trying to find something on B, and Gambit ultimately able to pivot away from that stack perfectly. Turco and Izzy, sorry. See if they can get anything done here. Chronicle will fall. And they got the res as well here. This is interesting.
Here we go. Yeah, ult's coming. Oh, Izzy! Nats! You're so good at this game. You are so good at this game. Every little bit of a threat that was starting to build, every potential opportunity that SMB might have just found, he just completely undid with the perfect timing to pressure. The res came in, they had the rifle coming out, the ult came online. 3 big things that could have maybe turned that retake around. And his presence is just unreal. Look at the timing on this as well. So there's that ultimate potentially going down, but he instantly follows up towards Turco and then even denies Russ. You could not ask for a better player to have on this side.
As well, I'm going to shout out Lothar as well, because one of the things he picked up that, some people may think trivial, but Nat's picking up that poison orb time and time again and just repositioning it to give himself the opportunity to make plays like that is huge for Gambit, especially in some of these, the transition from initial execute towards post plant. It's minute things like that that make Nats absolutely deadly.
And look, this is the Gambit that scares the life out of people. And that's the player, the babyface killer. Look at him, so cool under pressure.
Again, the first blood.
Still finds value and backs away.
Now he's created a gap again. Turco going to be feeling the heat right now. Out on an island on B, but Spike not committed either way. No surprises here. 60 seconds left for Gambit.
But look what they can do here, Hypoc, right? They get the pick, they show a little bit of presence towards the other side, and then they suddenly dismantle what could have been, maybe it was 3 players towards A. Yeah. Now they're going to hit that rotation. Actually, it's a gamble stack from SMB, though. They're going to put 3 players towards this B site.
FO B. The first in here, at least. The flashes come through. Look at that brute force. Turco gets shut down. Brave will respond, but the bodies stack up. And actually going 2 for 2 initially.
Spike down. Down B.
Yeah, Russ is still... Ooh, he's playing a very dangerous game here. One on long, one close, one towards Kaquka. He knows where the other two are, but he can't stay alive to do anything about it. But Pora gets the call. He now knows what's in front, but now he can't even see it. Nats is still alive. The man is an absolute legend at this point. Redgar by his side. What does Pora do? Touted as one of the best. This guy. But I don't know what you could achieve from this.
It's connecting on that second. But Nats just play. I mean, he can't jump out this window. He's going to have full vision here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here we go. Gotta do it. Gotta bite the bullet, and down he goes. Nats again. I can't sing this guy's praises enough. He'll always be the supporting factor here for them.
Credit where credit is due. Supermassive Blaze actually anticipate exactly what Gambit are going to do on the back of that first blood. They drift across. Yes. They know that Gambit are going to wait. They're going to stall for that 20 to 25 seconds to allow that paranoia to build, right? Which is where Gambit looks so deadly. They create a gap, and actually they do the complete opposite to what you're expecting. But Supermassive Blaze actually have the read on that. But again, it comes down to, well, a 2-for-2 trade initially. Russ, a valiant attempt, but Gambit's still able to break through.
Deploying drone.
Now, I wonder if they go for a quick lean towards A. They've seen 3 players, or at least 2, with the sky there as well as the wall. And Chronicle finds Brave completely unawares. And now Gambit have just free reign. Yes, there is still one player here. It is Pora, but look at the purchase. It's a Sheriff. It's not the dream to work with. And he's, yeah, mainly maintaining a little bit of control, but that's been ripped away. Nats just strides into his domain. This is his site, even on the attack, man. You can't take it away from him. And Defo just wants in, just wants to get rid of them. Just funneling them forward. Nats again, just lingering on the edge of this. Does get caught up by Izzy this time, but Redgar has his back. So this is looking like 8 is coming on that scoreline.
And like I said, Supermassive Blaze really feeling the pressure now. Russ again left to try and do some damage, but Redgar there to clean him up. At a 6-round deficit for Supermassive Blaze here. And let me just say, this is Gambit on the attack. I was talking about a little bit of an adjustment here with this composition, and Nats being the one to maybe be a little more aggressive. I'm starting to get worried. I really am, because Gambit's defense on this in recent performances has been rock solid, Lauren.
It has been. And look, we question Gambit's attack on certain maps in certain compositions. You can see it's quite tricky against teams like SMB. We saw it on map 1. It proofs in the pudding. But this is the other look to Gambit. This is the look that's terrifying. And is it a little dependent on Nats? Maybe. Has he mostly delivered? Yes. So at this point, we have to wait and see how it continues forward. The flash, the aggression, but there was a counter flash initially. It straight away makes it trickier to commit to this, but Turco's got himself in the corner. They're slowly creeping up long. They haven't seen a position like this yet. Turco is unnoted here so far. Ult comes down, barrel shows, he gets it, but Chronicle finds Russ. Unbelievable, and he's actually followed up towards Turco. This is unbelievable stuff. Gambit just don't seem like they can lose in some of these scenarios, even though SMB are trying to counter this.
Again, though, it's all a ruse. Gambit stacked up. 2 short, 1 showers, and Chronicle will rejoin them. I think a little bit of a misread here. I think they're maybe considering they baited out this rotation once again, but Supermassive Blaze cannot pull the wall over their eyes. Brave, actually.
You are divided.
The showers as well. Does he turn his back here?
Ooh. That's the question. Defo now gives away the game. Pora's going to note that instantly. There's the lockdown. Spike now in trouble. Brave found Nats. Red's got the timing. It has to be perfect. It has to be everything he dreams of. He can at least deny the ult, but Pora stays alive. Great play, and now a 1v2 Chronicle. A classic.
Look at Izzy.
And an op, but he's got the spike. And you're right. But he does have a judge, and now he's got himself back, tucked to the back of sight, lurking around. Look at this absolute beast in the depths, waiting, and Chronicle has nothing to do but die, and there it is, SMB, finally. Get a bit of an answer back.
So there's a chance there that Pora gets caught out as well. Plays his life perfectly, and actually finds a kill. Actually towards shot. I'm not even sure who it was that fell at that point, but... Again, Supermassive Blaze just not buying anything Gambit are trying to sell. And even though Gambit, they find 2 kills to open that. Yes, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but again, you argue at that point, it feels a little uncomfortable to just leave 2 players, right, to hold down A and Izzy out solo, but it's enough. They recover that round.
Go again. Seeker's coming in. It's going to allow that rotation to come in now, but look at the timing on this. They're going to have to still try and control some of this side. Brave is going to be put to task. It's Defo this time. But it's Pora still finding damage from Shower, still catching players on the cross. Brave tries to swing out and it gets shut down. Shados with huge value here. Huge kills. As now the spike could be potentially planted. Bear in mind, it is still in the hands of Shados himself, so would have to fall away from the U-Haul control. And they just pause for a second. Chronicle tried to capitalize towards CT, but it's Russ who's going to find that frag. And now you can see that consideration, that lean back. Exactly. Izzy this time better equipped as well. Up to hand, TP heard. It's all his, waiting patiently. No, Redgar rips off his face. He's just diving in towards the site. He's seen another. Here's the flash. He knows they're both CT. This could be Redgar's. Another. A shot is all he needs. He's got it, Redgar!
Insane recovery there. Finds the third. And will leave the scoreline 9-3. Again, I got to credit Supermassive Blaze. Towards the end of that round, they picked up on exactly what was lacking on A, and they were fighting for showers. They weren't allowing them to come through and find those plants on A for free. Love that adjustment there, but Gambit, man, they're looking deadly. They're looking warmed up now, Lauren. Just a total contrast to what we saw on map 1, dare I say map 2 as well, in terms of the attack here. Way more control, way more refined. A little bit of a pace change really suits them.
And you know what? If they can slip between these 2 looks, I will love this as just a concept of what a roster can do. If they can kind of shift gears, not all the time, but when required, you know, maybe they feel more comfortable in one look, but then again, maybe when you face a certain team with a certain approach, you can slip into that different style. I'd love to see that. Now, we do see the switcheroo, right? So, coming back into this, 9-3, though, scoreline-wise, that's quite a commanding score. And in decent fashion, these weren't just, you know, oh, weird rounds here and there. That was actually a huge run of them. Look at the chunk of it in the buy rounds. 5 on the trot there coming in for Gambit. They've got to be happy with that. But SMB, a fiery team, not known to really bow down from a fight. They do need to come back in with this pistol, though. If that goes Gambit's way, that is a long way back for SMB.
Right there.
So you hear what the approach Supermassive Blaze is going to be. A little bit of the Astro utility spread, at least at the start of the round here. Chronicle and Defo hold on to A, but Supermassive Blaze leaning heavily towards B right now. A turret actually watching that short push as well. Flash going to give away some information early on by Shados. And utility noted as well on the other side of it. Now only one noted on the back of the Trailblazer. Actually, in response here, Nats take a little peek outside, see what's there. Just gonna get swept, actually. Russ and Brave find kills on the way in. Go will respond for one, but falls.
Redgar. Yeah, only so much can be achieved through that. You're down to Defo and Chronicle on the other side trying to play back through. This is a site controlled by SMB. A deep push towards CT. Catches off Chronicle and his story is stopped pretty short. Defo dives on in, but a whole lot of players looking his way. It's not going to go so well as Turco's going to find him, and SMB do exactly as required of them. They've got that pistol, and they've got it with 4 alive.
Big round here again. It got to close this gap, and in my eyes, it's the early rounds that are the most valuable in terms of setting the pace, in terms of catching Gambit off guard. Again, making use of some of these lesser buys as well, whilst the economy's getting up and running. Turco actually going to carry a ghost through here. Interesting decision whether or not that's to try and get the operator on. I will see if Izzy actually lean towards that on the attack. Nat's trying to warp. Poor actually the setup from Supermassive Blaze. It's the nano swarm of all things to draw first blood. But Defo's found some space here. Turret gonna slow things down a little bit, and the smoke slightly off actually. They tried to smoke it off there to progress further, but they can't now. They have to retreat.
Next one in. Izzy's got Shados. Spike being ferried towards site. The final 3 towards CT. Redgar, Defo, and Chronicle. Slow goes in, gonna limit progress again. Just being a nuisance as SMB just set up the firing squad on the other side. That's one. Looking for a second. Flash goes in, and Russ. Oh, actually, I quite like that rifle back if you don't mind. So Defo knows he's got more coming his way, and only so many options to do anything about it. So there is rifle, gets filtered back through, no problems. Toko's gonna get that. And we have SMB building back in.
Opportunity here at the bonus as well. Potentially win this, and I mean, see the possibility to bring it within 2 rounds, just like that. Gambit again leaning towards 3 on B site, 2 on A. Chronicle and Defo, but again, they haven't been proactive here on the back of not any, no presence being shown by Blaze. See here if they look to push out a little deeper. As again, early on, this pressure shown towards Hookup. And it's Nats with a judge inside. Is he already slipped through though? That might catch Nats off guard.
Could. We've seen the value of this, but timing's everything. Does he wait, does he thread the needle? Oh, what a weird reveal. He's still got Izzy, but Brave was behind him, and the timing on this was just so baffling.
Alright, Gambit give themselves a man advantage in this round.
You take those, I guess, with that weaponry.
Indeed, but 2 Spectres of Vandal still an option for Russ to do more damage here, but he's going to get shut down by Shados of all people. A little bit of a solo peak here. Pora and Brave a little bit split, a little bit disconnected. He'll be able to retrieve that weapon. Still, a straight 2v2 here. Oh no.
Oh. The Spectre's not kind sometimes, it truly isn't. Pora, such a good aimer, but not going to get a chance for a Shados with a good catch there in the end. And it is Gambit recovering, and I got a little nervous there when I saw Nats just kind of lingering around. But again, there was a little bit more damage that could have been done, but it is the way it goes. So now 10-5, SMB get themselves on that perfect purchase. And Gambit now get a taste of what SMB can bring in at least the full buy round. That's where things get interesting, and Redcar's still being punished on the money, man. He's kind of sitting down right now on the Guardian still, so that's going to be a little rough to handle. Maybe he's got a method to the madness, but at this point, I looked at SMB as to how they want to approach this here.
Again, things to note out, actually, again, same setup, and it's 5 members of Supermassive Blaze. They still want to break through this B hold, Lauren. This time, actually, Redcar falls immediately,
They've done well. Yeah, that's a huge pick towards CT, but they don't expect Shados. Has to take the TP, but there's still Nats, and Nats refuses to let this one go. This is, you know what, you thought A was his site? No, he's actually moved. He's upgraded. Bigger place, nicer, nicer views. Why not? Goes for that B site, and he's still here, and they're still scared of him. They can't break through. They can't do anything about this. This round looks like it's all but wrapped up. That first pick that came towards Redgar, it looked like the floodgates had opened, but there will always be Nats. He doesn't like to share. He doesn't want to share. The babyface killer waits patiently for Brave on the other side. Anyone who dares to walk through, you got maybe the jiggle peek from the site. Barrel shows it's Nats again. That's going to be just Nats dominating this round. Finally taken down by Turco, but the impact has been done.
Turco looked like he was considering the Reds, and now definitely.
Yo,
Defo and
that's not
Shados. Turco and Russ on the other side, and Seeker's invested here.
Seeker's
got to recover that spike though. 30 seconds left. This rotation's got to come through. Shados split, disconnected from Defo right now. Defo able to slip away.
30 seconds left.
Play his life here. Give them a fighting chance on this retake. No utility on the side of Turco. 2 flashes for Russ.
And Russ could be integral. He doesn't get the chance to use it. Defo swings before. And now Russ is in danger. Shados and Defo, the pacing, they just switched it up on them. SMB were waiting to maybe dictate the tone of this, but no, it's not going to happen. And they had to step up after Nats just put in so much heavy lifting. You can't leave him without the round win.
That's actually great. And we talked about this, right, in terms of Nat's control of Hooker on this Viper, and it's a big switch up. We talked about it on attack, him being the first point of contact, him being the first point of contact on defense as well. We've seen these nice little set pieces on the back of Shados' flash, in Hooker particularly, but this time around, he's just, you cannot pass him. He's absolutely insane. We have a little bit of a switch up here. It's Defo and Chronicle now switched over towards B. So Gambit with a great read here, because look at it from Blaze.
Oh, stack B, no stop? No. Stack A, put Nats in the right place. It's just going to fall away from Xiao for now. There's Izzy closing the gap, though. Great work from Izzy to take that space. Nats going to invest the ult towards this one, but he's still under threat. You can see Izzy just firing in, seeing if he can maybe catch something for this, and surrounded. Nats has players left, players right. He's got support from Heaven, he's got support from CT, but he knows he's in danger. Brave and Izzy just on the other side. Defo trying to stride forward here. He knows Izzy's on that corner. Catches him mid-air there, Defo. Perfect play, the one way as well. Brave's not got a chance in hell. Russ has to brave the ultimate, and Nats is waiting. Like a shark in the depths, he's just not going to let them pass, as now Pora, as soon as they tried to take steps towards the site, there was just a wall waiting for them on the other side.
That's now actually, yeah, we'll spot Pora there. Pora will as well, but nothing but a sheriff. A big ask of him. And Gambit put themselves on map point here. 12-5 the scoreline on Bind.
Match point.
And that's on the back of
smiles on the faces,
seemingly
man.
free first blood, right? The double satchel up.
Yes.
Clean engagement with the judge in Lamps. The response immediately, Nats denies all of that space, all of that control of front sight towards default with the Viper's Pit. At that point, Supermassive Blades have to respect it, they have to freeze. And then they're suffocated into Lamps. Defo, man. Again, to have the balls to peek a judge in Lamps the way he did on the back of the recon bolt, fair play.
Okay, speaking of Defo, it's time to go again. 10 HP. Gets out just. 4 players working their way up. They still want to go at this. Chronicles there. Redgar is there. Players starting to pour through from Hookah as well. Pora's taking that presence. There are so many players up on long, though. Do they still commit to this? It's Nats just on his own towards A at the moment, taking the TP. He's come across. Gambit are all in towards this right now. They have every player here as well. Nats starting to close the gap. It's Pora who's waiting on the other side. Turco playing up on long. The spam comes in. Redgar's got one. That's Pora gone. Now all eyes turn towards long.
I see. They're actually looking to re-engage on the back of that, and Nats will shut him down. Man advantage now for Gambit. Another there. Defo finds one. Turco responds, actually with 2 of his own. Makes this doable here for Supermassive Blades again.
Where's Nats off to? He could have stuck around towards Hookah. He's decided to go towards long. He's going all the way towards
They're literally
A.
flipping back here to...
Is he baiting the TP sound?
Oh my god.
Is he
Oh my
baited the
god.
boat? If they've just galaxy brained baiting the TP sound to allow Shados to get a bit of a surprise through from CT, that is actually nuts. That could be it. I'm going to just carry on like it wasn't, but you know what? You think about that one, because now we've got Izzy in a 1v2. Full HP, but blinded. Second flash to follow, and they're closing in. And
You
there
gotta
it
be
is.
kidding me.
Shados to close, 13-5. What an incredible round from Gambit, and what an incredible map from Gambit. From absolutely lifeless the first time we saw them to this. What a change up here,
It is,
Hypoc.
and as well, Split was just so evenly matched. It was back and forth, and yes, it looked more comfortable on the side of Gambit, but you're still thinking Supermassive Blades are still making this interesting. Like, they're still maintaining that standard from map 1. That last round, I want to know. I need an interview immediately in between maps. I need to know the thought process there, because that's like you said, Galaxy Brain. This is literally like a crazy level of Valorant right there. The mind games in that last round was something to be admired.
We still have more. This is the beauty of a best of 5. We still get more maps to come. And before we get to them, we have the desk to break down everything you saw. And you know what? If that is the case, I'm sure Lothar would have noted if he thinks that is the sound cue bait there. We're going to find out in a moment's time after the break with the Analyst Desk.
We're never looking back. We are the runaways. We fly free like a paper plane. I see them pointing their fingers, but we're never gonna do as we're told. We're painting by numbers, chasing rainbows like we're looking for gold. Through the oceans, through the desert, across the mountains, on 100 fields of gold. We were born to be legends, but we chose to take the beaten road. We're never looking back. We are the runaways. We try
ladies and gents, to the grand finals of the VCT Challengers playoffs. Gambit, they showed up on Split, but they absolutely dominated on Bind. I'm Yinsu, I'm back on the desk with Lothar and Kaquka. We didn't really expect a dominant performance from either of these sides as much as they've shown today. Lothar, you know, we had the 13-1, and now a 13-5 on the side of Gambit.
Uncharacteristic, I would say, from SMB, and I have to tip my fedora to Gambit because they're showing up big on Bind, and also to answer Hypoc's and Pansy's question. I think what was happening in the last round, where Nats was going for the second time TP, that was meant to bamboozle of the opponents that they're both going from the TP towards hookah, but it was actually just unlucky that Shadows gets a kill before Nat teleports, so that didn't work out, but it was a cool idea to execute. So in general, I feel like Gambit played very well on fundamentals, which is something I cannot say about SMB in at all. They were lost a little bit. There were no trades. There were so many situations like this where Redgar just goes in a 1v3 when he gets every single kill alone. Like, how is that possible?
Yeah, the defense did not seem any structured at all. We were just seeing SMB looking for the duels. If they got them well, and if they didn't, well, they will try to retake. But nothing was on point. Not even the usage of economy, not in abilities, not in the ultimates. I mean, it's just too much. And we saw a Gambit that learned a lot from that. We saw a Defo that even though he was playing the Jet, he was not doing it as an entry. He was playing the operator on attack, but still was finding the first kill because SMB was still pushing and trying to get that, especially Power on that A side.
Yeah, that was a bit upsetting. I'm not gonna lie. I was actually looking forward to SMB playing it like on Ascent, and I got the split in exchange, which was a bit upsetting when it comes to expectations. But I have to say, Gambit really compensated for the lack of Sage in their composition. I really like how they approached the attack. It was way more structured, and they like to make the same comparison when teams play without Sage on Icebox, when they have to be more aggressive with attacking sites, because they cannot essentially afford to lose a player for a plant before they have the entire control of the site. And that's something that we have seen here. The lamp control, was always being taken care of. Then we have the usage from the Astra divide on the site as well, to in combination with the Viper's ultimate, not the ultimate, but the wall, to just kind of cut off corners from every single moment, and that gives the space for Gambit to work with.
Well, Kaquka, you know, in the pre-match interview, Tani said the biggest challenge today is going to be Nats. Wasn't much of a challenge on Ascent. Split, you know, he was getting more into it, but on Bind, I know you were saying this into the green room. Why do they keep going to his site?
I said it before we even started. B is Shadows and Nat's place. You're just not gonna get in. And I feel like we were saying there was no structure on SMB, especially in the attack. They were just stacking. I mean, even if it was a split, they were going to be so decisive. And of course, Gambit knew, and they had a defense prepared for that. So nothing to do.
There was one situation where SMB just used their composition to counter Gambit's Viper, and that was in pistol round when they flashed out from the Viper wall on B and just went through it, get the kills. But they never used that again. They essentially just were pushing without a lot of, let's say, intent behind the movement, right? So we have seen a lot of singular players just being killed with no trade set up later on.
Yeah, Lothar, you're also a little bit disappointed with some of the mistakes we saw on this map as well. And there are a couple of rounds that you want to talk us through.
I think there was just an escalating problem of usage of your ultimates on SMB, right? Because there were rounds on a full buy, like here, when there's a good moment where they had time to res the player. That was Pora being dead in the middle of this side. They had the res available there, but they didn't go for it. And then they are stuck with the res and the showstopper on a round when they are playing on an eco 2 versus 3, and they use 16 orbs to essentially lose a round anywhere because they were on a big deficit, and they use the ultimates when they are not certain of exactly how do we proceed from that point. So that was pretty weird, and I'm not sure exactly what was going through the comms back there. But also, this is a very cool round that I wanted to highlight from Redgar, but it's more of a SMB's mistakes. Like, there are no trades here. They just go one by one. There was a 3 versus 1 situation, and they give every single opportunity to Gambit to take the round. That's unacceptable on this level of play.
I mean, what can you say? We saw an SMB that was completely off. They were too basic for what we expect from them. And we were also talking in the green room. Gambit is always 100%. They want to practice. They want to see what's out there, and they want to try everything that they can to make sure that it works. This was a test.
I mean, Angel even said, right, even in Prague, this is not a team that lets their guard down. They're not going to mess around just because they've already qualified for Berlin Masters. And also, we touched on Red Guard just now, but Kaquka, him in that clutch, I know a lot of people might not have believed in him at stage 2, might not have thought that he's the kind of player that can pull that off. But as Angel said in the pre-show, Red Guard is surprising everybody, and he's getting so much better.
Hey, I just wonder, because now we're going to jump into Haven, and yesterday in the interview he said, I want to go on Reyna because I want to kill, and I'm like, you don't need to go on Reyna for that. You're an insane player. Just because you play for your team and you're IGLing, you also get the kills. We see you every single day.
I mean, how can you not see him when he's coming with big clutches like this, right? And yesterday, I still remember on Ascent when he was standing on an Omen on the bricks on A side, and he just vandal spray transferred and gets a double kill. I'm like, what? Is this the same guy that I was watching in the previous challenges stage? Absolutely mental. And just one more thing about Bind before we go into Haven. I really loved how Nats used the crunch in the last round when they had there was very good communications from Gambit, by the way. Red guy was caught in front of Hookah, underneath Hookah, by Pora. He communicated there's only one player in Hookah, and that was Pora. Then Nats teleported from A to B, used both of his mollies to cut off corners from Pora, so he was trapped between Redgar and Nats, and then they pinched him, and that freed up the space for everyone else to kind of like make the retake on site. Fantastic play.
I mean, this is what Gambit is all about, right? It's strats, communication, playing together. But Haven is the next map, and 48 hours ago, I think we would have all been very worried for them on this map. You know, they don't really play it. It's not something that they prefer to do. But Kaquka, after seeing their Haven yesterday, I'm still a little bit worried just because like that was maybe a one-time thing. But they're also more prepared than we thought they would be.
I mean, prepare. I mean, okay, just a little bit. I think that's a one-time thing, really. I don't think that you can make this consistent. I feel like as Ascend yesterday, like what can you do? Like what's the counter strat to no strat? Exactly, right? So right now, SMB, I think that they have a great shot. I mean, if we're going to see Rhaegar again on the Reyna and Chronicle on the Brimstone, I mean, I'm down for it. But I mean, I really don't know what to say because this could be it for Gambit, but...
This is actually a map where SMB plays a lot differently than they play on the other maps, because I would say the comparison to Ascent. Typically, Ascent and SMB have a similar playstyle, especially on defense when they try the more aggressive pinches and like trying to just get the first kill. But on Haven, this punishes you a lot if you are dying by over-peaking. So typically SMB play reactive on defense here and just rotate or flank once there's a movement from the opponents. But on the attack, though, they are insanely fast. They're planned typically even at the 20th second, sometimes even at the 15th when they just push onto B. And also, that is something very important, they plant on every single site evenly. So there's no preference when it comes to the executes, which typically is a big tell on a map like Haven.
Yeah, I mean, SMB, they're much more consistent on this map. But also, we've got to look at the bigger picture, Kaquka, because it's match point, not for SMB, who pulled off that 13-1 Ascent, but for Gambit, for CIS.
Again, just like yesterday, is this going to be it? I don't know. I feel like one of the things that we also saw on Bind, that SMB had to just get better after Ascend, was the fast rotations. That's something that cannot happen on this Haven. Let's see how they do against that, because it concerns me, especially when you're playing against a team that it's not completely sure about what they're doing.
Well, they played Haven once. You can't really do counter-strutting, right?
They won it as well. Yeah.
You have Redgar on Reyna, who typically doesn't even dismiss too much. So, it's a bit of a coin toss.
Well, let's see if the IGL Reyna buff is still in power. We're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere, because like we said, match point coming up right after this. have taken the lead here. But more importantly, what is Redgar going to play on Haven? Now, guys, he tweeted just now about, during the break about a minute ago, Kaquka, Yoru or Jet. Now, he might be baiting us. This could just be, you know, I played Reyna yesterday, but Yoru or Jet. And on the off chance that it is between one of those two agents, who would you like to see Redgar play?
I mean, Harry's not here, so I feel like it is my duty to say Yoru.
What about you, Lothar?
I would like to see Yoru. He actually makes a bit of sense because he can speed up the rotations on this map.
Well, Agent Select is ready. Let's head into this and see. I don't remember the last time I've been so excited about an Agent Select. But Redgar, I'm looking at you here. What is he going to pick? I mean, well, so far, nothing too obvious. Yes, Redgar. Okay, I tweeted him saying, please pick Jet.
Oh, and Daffo went for the Daffo
We have a double duelist from Lothar and Redgar on Jet.
Honestly, I have no expectations right now. I have never seen Redgar play Jet so far as well.
I don't think he has.
Oh, well, that changes a lot. Does it? Well, maybe not, because...
Yesterday was the first time that he played a duelist in his career.
God. I mean, I just hope he's not gonna be the Donkey Jet from Ranked who doesn't attack on attack, you know, and just sits back and relaxes with the operator. We'll see. The Brimstone pick is not surprising. We have seen Chronicle on him already, and it kind of fits on Haven because it's a very explosive map. The Brimstone ultimate is amazing. And then on SMB, we see the standard comp, so those guys here are showing up to win, right? While Gambit seems like they want to have a little bit of fun alongside winning, I guess.
I love the fact that Nats and Shadows are always like the serious ones, and everybody's just like, I'm gonna play this, I'm gonna play this, and Nats is like, I'm gonna play Cypher.
Yeah, Cypher, don't take him off the Cypher. But we spoke about this already, you know, Angel saying that Gambit, they're always taking things seriously, they want to win. But how do you win with this comp, Kaquka? What is the win condition?
It's literally what I'm telling you. How do you counter strat? No strat. You don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. You cannot read a mind that is empty.
Wow.
You know what I mean.
Well, Gambit, they are on the verge of taking this, but SMB, they have to win on Haven if they want to stay in this best of 5. Over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
Welcome to the unknown. This is very much a curious affair. New compositions coming out, new looks being shown here. Does this just throw preparation out of the window? What do we expect now?
I'm open. I'm open to anything that's going to happen here on Haven. I'm excited for it. I mean, he performed fantastically on the Reyna. It was, 21 and 13, I think, versus Ascend.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see what you can do on Jet, I guess.
Yeah, bring it on. I'm more than down for it. I'm happy to see if this is going to be a good look, something to throw up there. But give me a reminder of SMB here. These boys are no slouches. I just feel like that first map was just such a blitz, and then it's kind of faded a little. Where's that SMB gone? Where's this powerhouse team? Where's those superstars? You know, suddenly disappeared to. This is potentially the final map between these two if Gambit can get across the line. Bringing in such a curious composition has drawn all of our attentions, and the desk even bringing out potentially Donkey Jet terms. I mean, I'm not going that far, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out right about now as we are going to be jumping into what could be the final map if SMB do not wake up.
And things I'm looking towards is, again, you know, some of the successes they found on Bind, being proactive on the defense and fighting for some of this territory. To wait and see. Here is actually a long. Be on a platter, no presence whatsoever. That flash going to give away some mid presence on the side of SMB. Chronicle now got to be careful, but he will spot this out just before the hit comes through. Might just be. Yeah, they're going to force their way all the way through to A link. Chronicle got to back away and respect this. Both of his teammates have pushed all the way through to A lobby, Lauren.
They're chasing so deep on this as well. They've given away that B site, and actually it's worked perfectly. Catching Shados in the back is more than you could have dreamed of. Now they get free run of things. Now, I guess the only downside is they may lose a little track of Gambit in this. As, hope we can get those pictures switched around for you. But other than that, it's just the old switcheroo. I can see why people are confused. You've got the attack inside basically like they're on defense right now, but the spike is going down on B. So now Nats is the closest player to this. Going to peek his head through, going to find one, looks for the follow-up. A quick reaction coming in, but he does have Defo by his side, but that Omen, it's Brave, suddenly making his big debut, and no one's even looking at him. Wait, what has just gone on? Gambit just quickly got 2 kills, Brave's made a meal of it, and how has this turned around? Russ is now in a 1v3, and I do not know what has just happened. This is completely SMB flipped on its head and Russ is called upon. That's going to get to halfway. I don't think he can stop it going that far. Nats! What a play again!
Just when you think it's all but done, and I'll say it now, Gambit got away with absolute murder in terms of retakes on this map in particular versus Ascend. I don't know how many there were, but
Spike planted.
that is not good to lose a pistol round like that. Brave. Sometimes that free weapon, Lauren, it can not act as intended. Oh, those should be 2 free kills with a classic. Should be.
Should be. I don't understand what's going on in this game already. It's going to be a wild one. I can just feel it in my bones, but fights from both sides coming out here. Gambit with the map in the pocket at its stands, but a round lead coming in at least on this now. Presence shown towards Sewer, so they're responding accordingly. SMB gonna actually lean. What is going on? Even Redgar's a little baffled by it, and I don't blame him. That's just so aggressive, but it's worked out at least for the first pick. But now it's that next step that's a tricky one. Still 2 players here in a decent enough crossfire. Shados, 2 flashes still to hand if he feels he has the timing to whip one out. I don't know if he does, but he's going to isolate Russ comfortably. No trade comes in. Defo wants to swing on the flash, spots one towards Sewer, but now there's problems for Shados. Maybe not. He's got Chronicle by his side, so there's no problems to be found. And there it is. Shados keeps his cool and his composure up against a bought-up SMB.
And that's a key point, because, again, criticized Gambit previously for these anti-eco rounds. So, again, looking to be proactive, at least hold very deep in terms of what we'd expect from Gambit. Redgar, yes, you could argue, overstepping the mark slightly, but a fantastic recovery here to secure this round. Really on the back of Shados. I mean, initially the bait is perfect. Shados able to stay tucked in graffiti, and I think initially unnoted for most of that. Look at this again. Look at, again, proactive, right, Lauren. They've walked C-Long. They're walking A lobby.
They're not sitting back, maybe playing into this composition a little, and I don't mind it. It's going to be a weird round, though. Could be a problem, and it is for Russ at the very least. The first to fall, but now there's the trade out for Brave, but there's so many more bodies here where they left off. Look at them, they're just mowing them down. Izzy's done well to at least get another, but Nats is farming today. He is loving life. Obviously not cracking a smile. The man is ice cold every single day of the week. The babyface killer for sure. 7-0, man. Look at this guy.
We'll see here if the trend continues, because, again, with that force, around ahead of where we should be, effectively. And, well, 2 rifles here. Redgar, again, opting for a scope. No ultimates available just yet other than the neural theft for Nats. A good opportunity, again, to gain an extra round in hand here. And this time, I'm going to sit back and respecting the purchase here of SMB. To see, actually, how disciplined the approach is here. Because, again, another switch up. They're going to keep SMB guessing with these setups from Nats now. Chronicles walking mid. Okay, just to deal with the turret, I guess, yeah.
And after all of that funkiness that was brought out in those first couple of rounds, it feels like SMB want to just take a second and maybe temper the pace a little bit. There's Redgar still posted towards long. Chronicle gets a lot of attention in middle, taking a big chunk of damage as well, down to 30 here. Molly in the smoke to try and keep control. Calls Nats over, and he's playing so close to this. Brave has found Redgar, so this could open up A potentially. We'll see if they lean into this quickly, and it looks like they might be.
Yeah, look at this straight away, though. Nats is so quick.
Nats is so quickly on the flank,
so
though.
quick.
Dude, he's reading this. He has just... He's just got the cheat code, right? He has literally been given that little booklet you used to be able to get for your games back in the day. Shados with a freebie towards Izzy, and now sees some more. Chronicle, he's still alive, he's still kicking, he's still got pressure from long, but he's holding his nerve, and look at Nats' position. They have to re-account for this, and Nats! The flank is so good. Gambit have got them wrapped up right now.
And again, it's the little things. Chronicle dealing with that turret, again, creates a window of opportunity for this flank to come through completely undetected. Again, they can go 1-for-1 on site. All they've got to do is buy another 3 to 5 seconds. And the byproduct is, I'm not sure actually where the alarm boss invested. I'm looking here at the minimap. Nats is walking through for free. For free.
Yeah, nothing stopping.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Man, he's got a read of this game right now. He's just full-on Matrix moding this. Just everything seems so simple to him. The timing is just weaving his way through the fabric of it. Redguard this time. Gonna opt for that
Connect with that last
C-hold,
one there.
but a quick play up through Garage.
Yeah, is he down to 49 HP? Did actually connect with the last.
Wow. Oh, more damage could be good here. He's actually tagging him up a fair amount as well. This should soften the rest coming up. Izzy, good connection. Finds Redguard, but there's the shutdown. There's the reply. It's so swift and it's so decisive. 4 quick kills, and this entire hit that had a little bit of something building behind it has been quelled. And there's Chronicle to catch the final player being Pora. And you know what? Map 1, they're going to do the same to him apparently. Gambit this time want in on the action though. They want that clean start of a run. 5-0 here in the grand finals between these two. Gambit mean business.
Nat still hasn't died.
Of course he hasn't.
Again, what I'm looking towards now, again, these first few rounds, you got to just throw them out the window. Supermassive Blaze effectively have achieved nothing in terms of figuring out any sort of weakness here. They haven't found any value in terms of these round losses where they can say, actually, guys, look, they're playing, you know, X, Y, and Z. Because the adjustments every single round, yes, they're small. But again, it just keeps them guessing. Brave actually going to open up here. That's the first operator purchase, actually, on the side of Redguard.
Nats is walking along. He feels like nothing can stop him right now. He's going to be able to get in between them, but he does get a fight. This time, Turco's caught him. The timing has finally been caught off. He's finally got a grip on it. The net has been cast. They've managed to catch 2. Big entry work from SMB, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered, but they won't get an easy step towards the site, at least. That's going to be Chronicle to deny that, but they have options elsewhere. You can already see that lean towards C.
This is going to get up here. The fact that none of these Seekers went towards A. No other presence shown. Yep. You're ready. Gonna hit this rotation. SMB have managed to get through, actually. No damage going to be done on the way through, and the wall actually going to take a little bit of chip damage from the Seekers, but still hold off connector for the time being.
Yeah, between Izzy and Turco, good crossfire here. There's the first. Turco's going to claim that, but there was always Izzy next line if needed, but Shados has found him, but it's effective trades with favorable numbers for SMB, and there it is. Finally, they get their round back off the back of 2 big picks as well. Those opening picks there, denying any slight aggressive leans. Nats walkabout, that deeper op play coming through. That's a really good way to start things off as a reply for SMB.
See if they can continue here.
What is this by? Double up?
Interesting. It must be nice to be able to purchase an operator and then in the very next round purchase one again. But I was because he was running the Marshal for so long, but
Defo and Redguard.
yeah, this is interesting because they have an op on both extremities, and really off the sound cues alone, this could bait Supermassive Blaze to rotate to the other operator, right?
Oh my word. Brave gets away with his life, barely. 20 HP, but he makes it out of there. Now, I don't know what picture you're putting together if you're SMB, but that is an incredible step for Pora. Finding Chronicle has at least put, I guess, Redguard on an island. Yes, he's got an op, but he could now get overwhelmed if Garage is open. There is still a little bit of utility there, so it's not completely up for grabs yet. But what does SMB do now?
They walk towards the operator. Oh, actually, no. They were considering it. Yeah,
the
well,
other
one
operator.
Of them.
Oh, no? Okay.
Please don't walk towards one of the operators.
Okay,
Either of
two
them.
operators or Nats. I mean, none of these are nice options. Nats is still controlling this B site. Yes, they lost Garage, but this just puts a little bit more pressure, as said, on Redguard. Nats can see at the back of the site. He should get information on the push-up here. Going to see a little bit of the util come through, so he knows the intention. Wall goes up. Shados gets called in. They now know where he's at, but Nats can't capitalize on this. He wants to try and get that to maybe deny that spike plant, but he couldn't quite make it in time. But
still going through.
He leans straight through.
God.
The man's feeling himself. He's so aggressive in this. But there's Izzy finding Redguard. That's one op removed. Now there is still one more on Defo, but this should be SMB. They're in good post plants. You're going to have that KJ ult ticking away as well. Going to force Gambit back. This one looks like it's a bit of a write-off here. Lovely lean in. Great response as well. They maybe felt out those 2 ops, maybe got the information or just an inkling, but that B piece was the perfect response.
Well, we'll find a consolation in the form of Rust, but expect them to hold on to weaponry here, and 4 potentially will survive for Supermassive Blaze. 3. Nobody else. Again, this is fine to give one away there. I guess they're trying to. Okay,
No.
Brave will actually Move that. Will Shados retrieve it? He's considering it. I don't think he did. I think he held on to his rifle. Again, a costly round for Gambit. Massive investment on the back of 2 operators. But I love that. Again, with, you know, what we tend to see, you know, kind of cover that cross on A lobby. Obviously, Izzy with a cloud burst. Again, just on the back of that, it would be basically noting the position of one of the operators, but there's another one on the other extremity. It's almost like they hear the operator on A, they try and drift towards C. It's a great kind of contingency there from Gambit.
Mid walk. Red Guard's just walking down mid. Flash comes in. Going to confirm attendance, at least on the other side of things. The turret's there, but it's not shown much. Red Guard's going to get away with a freebie. Yeah, that's one you're going to take every day of the week. Now he can fall away. No one there to trade either. SMB just have to suffer that initial loss.
Turco has the res. Get a tricky spot to get it, but with Gambit reverting back, I think they're happy to give that one up, at least. And potential, actually, for Shados to flash out if there aren't enough reinforcements around this res. Oh, he's going to try and nade it. The nade could be perfectly timed. No way. Oh my god, Defo.
Impeccable work. And Shados is still here. This is very nice, but still, there's still life in SMB yet. This isn't over, but Nats is getting curious, and I wonder if he's going to once again find that perfect timing as the clock hand will tick a little further, but he's just going to push himself up towards Garage. Now, the spike is leaning towards C. We do have the camera there as well. This is the kind of show of strength towards B, but it's not pulling too much attention. Bear in mind, we also have the push-up from Chronicle over towards A. So now the C-piece comes in. They are here at the right time. Nats is going to get himself actually in a really curious position. Red Guard's moved up. It's Nats to find Brave. That's a scary kill, and Nats is going to close the gap, or he's going to try to. This is incredible work for the man, just isolating players everywhere, making it so easy for the rest of them between Red Guard and Nats. What a way to control the round. These two as a 1-2 punch just shut it the hell out.
I love that. Just a small piece there, and I saw it. I just caught it on the minimap. As that presence is shown on B, the wall goes up straight away. Nats hops into his spy cam, and it's positioned above C long, right? So it catches this information. I think it actually spots 2 players. It spots Brave, and it spots obviously Izzy dashing onto site. Now that right there is the reason you see no reaction whatsoever on B. And actually, it covers all bases, right? They can play retake. They can give that up. And seemingly that's what a lot of teams do, but Red Guard, okay.
Oh dear.
Feeling himself at least.
Not this time.
Will get shut down. Looks like again, another hit and run attempt onto B site.
Now, I wonder what the difference maker may be this time. Nothing can really deny the spike plant. It's the playback in I'm looking at from potentially Nats here and Shados. Nats going through spawn side, Shados working through Garage. He's only going to find one here. Izzy gets a great trade on it. So it's a number advantage working in favor of SMB, and they could do with a bit of that. Chronicle going to slowly creep forward. He finds Brave. He looks for the follow-up, sprays him wildly, can't connect it through the wall. Nats still trying to be a presence here, still trying to find something. Spots out one, gets down one. Defo got Izzy.
No
Wait,
way.
they know where he is. There's no more burst to play with. Nats again has done it.
Nats was noted on that flank. They knew he was there, and he's still able to just buy 10 seconds. Again, they have to address site at that point, right? It's like, yeah, if we can't comfortably take this fight and address this flank control, we have to fight site. And Gambit, what they're able to achieve on Haven versus Ascend in terms of retakes, and again demonstrating that here against Supermassive Blaze, it's actually insane, Lauren. It's crazy.
I'm taken aback at the ability to work through this because SMB are so good. I don't think, again, if you've maybe watched bits and pieces, maybe you haven't watched their full run, you know, you tune in for the final, I don't blame you, it's a good game. They are the real deal. They are the Turkish superstars, and you can see it. Look at, you give them a little bit, you give them maybe a fight that they can take without Nats on the flank, that's going to happen to you. But now they fall back away from this. That's still on long, he's still going to hear this, he's got his camera as well, not too far away, so he's going to probably have a good idea that maybe they've fallen away from this one, but where do they go now?
Chronicle going to act as the insurance policy here at least. It did see Shados flash into B site. No information on the back of that, but Chronicle now, I mean, is he got to be careful if he's solo? No. They're going to stack up here. Chronicle with it all to do. He actually hears. No way!
Spike down, C.
Huh? Ult. Gets the gun out in time as well. Redgar catches Izzy trying to make his way out of the danger, and Chronicle actually gets away with his life. I do not understand Pora, though. Read it well. That's Nats now gone. Can they get back in time? Can they get to A in time? TP comes in. They're going to get towards Heaven at the... Oh, excuse me, Hell for Brave at the very least. They have KJ there as well, so they've been kind of building up to this 25 seconds. There's the KJ ult. This is a good time buyer. Shados might try and find a way through. If he can isolate that spike coming up long, he's living in between borrowed time, but no, Turco considers it really well maintained. The thought process alone is perfect. And now the spike plant, SMB have somehow turned this back in their potential favor.
Again, one smoke, the molly. I think a dash and one smoke on the side of Redgar as well. So expect them to still go for this.
Here.
They'll try and smoke off and get onto site here, and we'll actually drop through. Turret gonna spot out one. Chronicle finds two though. Turco will respond. One more left. Chronicle with four, Lauren. How? How do they keep getting away with this on retakes?
I mean, call the man Hassan. He is getting away with it every single time, and he can't keep doing it, but he is. I don't understand it. Gambit. They're on what? 8-2 now? This is something else. And again, be it, you know, the Nat show, I look at this young player and he reminds me of, you know, Yakinda, this very stylish play, very, very thoughtful, very considered, but so explosive in the way he approaches. But Chronicle has also been there alongside him at this point. This clutch alone was incredible. SMB it finally looked like a round that they could have, Hypoc. It finally looked like maybe that was their time to get another on the board.
It was a round they absolutely should have, Lauren. That is insane from Gambit. And look at this now, Defo looking to get aggressive towards long, actually noted by Turco. Nicely timed there, and Izzy will find a second, so Gambit a little overzealous at least in the early round here. If it can be recovered, because Nats is going to find one. Russ is noted. Will respond actually. With 2v4 presented, Redgar and Nats. A bit left to do.
One enemy remaining.
Oh dear, yeah. That's been spotted. Izzy saw that from the back of the site for a good couple of seconds. And this is the thing, when SMB managed to contain those early advances, those early glimpses, it looks great. But it's so much easier said than done, quite clearly. But 3-8, it's still a bit of room for SMB here, but this is where the pressure's going to mount. This looks like Gambit might have potentially done enough, but we're yet to see. We have to see how this looks on the other side, but if this ends up even more favorable to Gambit, no, surely it's going to be 4-8. Surely, because they've got rifles, they've got all the goodies they need. Izzy's got ult, Turco's got ult. This has got to be an SMB round.
Surely, right? See here, I think Pansy, 3 bodies already for Gambit coming across to defend here. Redgar opens up, Chronicle finds the second. Throwing a few more shots inside the smoke here, and SMB left to try and recover this. This is an absolute dismantling of Supermassive Blaze here. 9-3 for Gambit here.
Switching sides.
I'm absolutely blown away. Again, night and day from how this series started out, and Gambit in total control now. Supermassive Blaze, again, they've got to be rattled. They've got to be feeling the pressure. And now, honestly, I'm expecting mistakes on the defense. They're going to have to try and be very proactive to take these rounds. Because late round, I feel like Gambit win that. I feel like they win that every day of the week.
I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous for SMB. I really thought that round could have been theirs. They had the better purchase. They had everything they needed to work with. That could have been... 3-9 feels very different to 4-8.
It does. It does.
It feels so different. That pistol round could be almost not just map point, but series point leaning for Gambit if they get it clean, but we'll find out. Already Gambit going to be going, looks like an all-in piece towards A. No real sitting back on this, but a couple of players present, one being Izzy. Good start for SMB. Finding Nats is a great beginning. And there's the reply, though, and Russ is looking a little lonely. Defo just shoves him in his grave, and now somehow it's a 3v2. How do they keep doing this?
Bear in mind,
Turco and Pora, man, you can't be happy about it now.
The dynamic duo themselves will try and wall their way on. Try and isolate this player on Hell, actually. No way, Turco still takes a headshot on the way in, but the heal comes through. Pora finds one, Shados responds. It's just Pora left now, Shados. 3 on the pistol round for him. And Gambit strike first in the second half, put themselves on double digits already, Lauren. And let's just take a second to consider. Izzy found 2 kills to open that round up.
Yep.
They effectively were. I think they had at the timing. I think it was like a 1v3 to enter this site.
Yep.
It's absolutely insane. Gambit are just on another level right now.
Haven't seen them look this strong across the board in a minute or two, but we're right back in. Gambit just charging through towards C. Plenty of players towards Garage, so they might get in on this. This could be a bit of a brawl here. Nats on the other side. And here it is. Yeah, everything noted, everything seen. It's Shados and Redgar keeping them away. Spike now to be planted. Everything looking like that red star on the jersey is going to be getting 11 on the board pretty soon. SMB, any chance to get something back in this just looks like it's dwindled.
I think Izzy and Russ faced with a difficult decision. Again, at this point as well, you don't want to feed ultimates. That's a consideration to make with only a couple of rounds left to play. Russ will find 1. Nats to fall, but Defo cleans things up. 4 will survive here. And 2 rifles as well, so... Again, this round 3 in the second half is looking so comfortable for Gambit. And they continue to pile on the pressure. They win this next round. They're on map and series point.
Give us something, SMB. We want to see a little bit of that magic, that first map dominance. Where is it gone? Gambit have just slowly and methodically taken it away from them round by round, map by map.
I've got your train.
We go again. Seekers straight off the rip. And in towards B. Gambit want this one decisively. They're going to take the side control. No one's instantly there, but they're holding the sides. They're holding those connectors.
Good, the plant does well. Defo actually going through. Okay. Aura will shut down that nonsense, but what is that from Redgar? He gets 2 in response.
That's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Redgar should not be able to get away with that. The timing could not have been better. A reload here and there, and surprise on the other side. Chronicle finds Izzy. And tragedy is about to hit. This is going to be 12. I do not see a way for Russ to do anything. The rifle in his hands. Merely a formality at this point. The aggression, the timing. It was unbelievable, unfathomable. SMB even caught off guard going, there's no way he's coming through that smoke.
Again, at this point, what's it even worth? Looking for the exit. 4 will survive again. Russ gonna cling on to this weapon for dear life. Gambit now on the brink of closing out Haven.
Match point.
And Supermassive Blaze are not going to have an awful lot to throw at this round. I have to take a quick look at the ults, but the way these have gone out, 2 rounds where 4 survive, I don't think the progress is going to be great. No, Izzy not... Well, 2 away from the Blade Storm, Pora 2 off the lockdown, nothing else close. A Spectre, a Judge, 2 Spectres actually, sorry. Actually, Turco, no armor. He does have to heal, yes, but...
And here it is. The last go of things for SMB and the final hurdle for Gambit. Brave on the other side having to deal with the amount of pressure, and of course it's Nats to get things started. Redgar as well towards Brave. We're down to 3 to try and deny it. Gambit on the verge of walking away in that first position, that first spot. Nats again, just coming alive, enjoying himself, just running rampage through SMB as Russ is your last man alive. As Gambit now moments away, and there it is. Gambit are the EMEA Stage 3 champions, and my God, do they deserve it.
And look at them. I mean, Gambit, the stuff of urban myth throughout this year, finally able to show us what they're capable of outside of their region. These guys have played absolutely insane against the odds this stage, from dropping to the lower bracket versus Ascend to coming back and delivering one of the best series of this event to earn their spot here in the grand finals. And then that performance today, just insane. I can't help but feel like they're just getting started. Now a chance to redeem themselves and repeat this very process on the international stage, and I couldn't be more excited for them, Lauren.
We have a superstar in the making in Nats. We have an incredible team to get behind for EMEA, and what a truly brilliant victory for the boys on the screen. You can see how much it means to them. That was a truly brutal way to start this best of 5. It was not an easy beginning, and they bounced back and then some. But this is the Gambit that were whispered of, murmured of, you know, the rumors of these scrims that these, as I said, these NA teams, the EU teams, the Turkish teams are all hearing about leading into Iceland, but now coming into Berlin, we have them in their final form.
Yeah, just absolutely insane. I mean, Nats has been a talking point nonetheless, but honestly, he has been the cornerstone of Gambit's performance. I'm so happy to see Defo step up today, because I know coming into today, just before we went on air, that was a big concern for me and you, right? And the first map, seeing the way it went, it was there. Map 2 and onwards, honestly, Defo for me earned his weight in gold today.
No, complete agreement. I think the hardest part for me today is going to be actually what's coming up right about now, which is your PaySafe card player of the match. I think there is one player who may be leading it a little in my mind. There's maybe one player who kind of had a nutty performance. It's got to be Nats, surely, Hypoc. Is that where your vote would go?
Again, I'm all on the Nats train. He's been insane throughout, and today no exception. Again, great to see him switch up and kind of make adjustments that somehow make him even more exciting to watch, Lauren.
He's a scary, scary prospect of a player. I can only imagine how he's going to look down the line. This is a young 19-year-old who's just getting that first real shot of things, and he looks so talented in so many different ways. But congratulations to Gambit. What an impeccable run from them, proving how talented that CIS region truly is and why it strikes fear across the board. However, that does mean for SMB a little unfortunate there in the end of things. If they can get themselves together and look more like map 1, more across, you know, the entire collective, different game altogether, but who knows? Not for us to wrap up. That is for the desk, who we'll be joined with in a moment's time.
What a map, what a series, and what a tournament. Congratulations to Gambit. They are your Stage 3 EMEA champions. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm back on the desk here, bringing you guys a quick post-match interview with the winner, Nats from Gambit. Hello, Nats. Welcome back to the show. First of all, massive congratulations. You guys won this tournament. You know, you told me you are here to win, and you've done it. What does this mean to you?
Hello, it means that we can fight with each of team in EMEA. That's all, I guess. We just did what we want to do.
Yeah, I mean, how happy are you to be, you know, not the first non-European team, but the first CIS team to be able to do it?
I don't know. I don't have any emotions about that. No, but right now, maybe after that I will have something, but now we just won. It's okay. Let's do the same in Berlin.
Oh yeah, before I ask you more about that, I want to rewind back to the first map, because after what happened on Ascent, you know, a lot of people probably thought it wasn't going to be very likely for you to end up to be the winners. Talk me through how you guys managed to reset after.
I don't know what just happened in Ascent, but after the match we just say to each other, just forget about that. What just happened? We have other 2 maps or 3 maps. Let's just play it, and we played like we have to play. And it was good.
What do you think went wrong on Ascent? Because, you know, we've never seen you guys lose like that before.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess we were sleeping, maybe, or we have very bad individual game, by the way.
Yeah, so moving on to Bind, I gotta ask you this because everybody on the desk, Hypoc as well, was guessing on what was happening. But in that last round, you know, we saw you walk all the way to long on Bind, and then you TP'd through back into hooker. Why did you do that? What was the comms like? What was your plan?
They was thinking that I'm in window already. They don't have information about the shadows in CT. I woke up towards A side, go TP, so they can think that we are 2 in window right now. No, something like this, I guess.
You guys are too big-brained, too big-brained. Now, moving on to Haven, this is your permaban. You guys don't usually play this map, but the 2 times we have seen you play this map, you've been incredible. So why is this map your permaban?
We don't playing this map. We don't like it. We're just playing it only on rankeds. That's all.
Is this going to change now? Because, you know, you've had a lot of success on this map here.
Maybe. We'll see in Berlin, I guess.
Wow, we will see. But also, Redgar, not the Reyna today, but the Jet. What was that conversation like? How did Defo, you know, give that up for Redgar?
I don't know. It was just, what you want to play? I want to play Race. You, Jet. Okay, I will play Cypher. I will play Sky, and that's all. Something like this.
Is there a particular reason that, you know, even when you guys can play whatever you want to play, you're still choosing the Cypher?
I just like that hero, Agent, I mean. I don't want to play Killjoy now. I don't want to play Viper. I have very good confidence on Cypher. That's why I'm picking it.
Yeah, I think many people would say that you're the best Cypher player in the world right now. And lastly, I know you said that you're looking forward to Berlin Masters. I gotta say, a lot of people were watching that final, and a lot of teams, I bet, in North America, in Korea, all over the world, are probably watching you guys right now, studying you. Is there a message you want to send to all of the teams that's going to be attending Masters?
We will show the different game in Berlin, for sure. It's good. It's gonna be more better than now.
Wow. Okay. Well, I absolutely cannot wait. Thank you so much, Nats, for joining me, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you guys, everyone who helps me, who supports me. Bye bye. See you in Berlin.
Bye, Nats. We love you too. Thank you so much once again, Nats. Congratulations to Gambit. But we are going to take a quick break. But do not go anywhere, because Kaquka and Lothar will be on the desk with me to break everything down just after this. ladies and gents, to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs. We have a winner after 4 maps in this Grand Finals best of 5. Gambit, they have done it. Lothar and Kaquka, they did the reverse sweep. They pulled it off. And Lothar, despite what happened on map 1, it's what happened on map 4 that mattered.
You know, after Haven, my notes are worth this much. It's like nothing makes sense. We have Redgar on Jet. We have seen. Look at this. Redgar doesn't play Jet, and yet he is actually doing really. I mean, yeah, he does. But he really does a good job on attack. He was creating space. He was doing very basic dashes forward. But this is what you have to do. When we're literally crying out loud laughter, right? When he was like this, when he did this, he baited so perfectly for Chronicle. He then gets a free K. Like, they played like a ranked game, but it was so good. SMB was lost.
We could literally make a series named Redgar Learning New Agents. Today was Jet. We saw him.
He's a natural.
Yeah, he literally is. We were talking about it. It's about, okay, he's never played it, but he's so smart that he knows what he has to do. I mean, the mechanics are probably not going to be the best, but they're going to be there, and the result was amazing.
And speaking of smart, though, sorry, Lothar, speaking of smart, I just really want to quickly talk about Chronicle, because I feel like throughout this tournament, we speak about Redgar, Shados, Nats, Defo, we've done it all. But Lothar, Chronicle, he is extremely underrated on this team.
I just exactly wanted to say that. Chronicle, smart, small plays. I'm not sure if you guys seen how he did in one of the last rounds, if not the last round, when he pushed with Judge on the long C. Yeah. He actually used his Steam Pack to buff the equip time and the fire rate on the Judge, which then in combination with the sapphiRe camera gave him like 2 kills because of the tags. It was absolutely insane. Another push on long when he used his smokes and orbital strike to like hold the push from SMB on that C-long. Massive impact, even though when he doesn't get a kill, he has massive impact on the entire game.
I have a theory. It's a theory that not even I support, okay? But I have to say that I think this is a counter strat from Gambit, because they made SMB play slow. They had no clue what to do. They knew that they were going to be pushed. They just didn't know from where. So they decided to play like Gambit, like be like, okay, let's just stay back because someone is going to push. Let's just wait for them.
You know what's even funnier is that in all of those rounds, it was 16 rounds. SMB had 11 first bloods on this map, and yet only converted 3. Like, it's actually massive how well defined was the defense from Gambit, even though they were playing on the back foot almost every single time. Someone was always picking up the slack. Was it Nats? Was it Redgar? Was it Chronicle with massive multiple 3Ks? I typically would like to highlight strategical play, like some nice and outplays with usage of utility, but here I feel like the communication and the personal prowess shined from Gambit today, and they just won that map because of that.
Yeah, and it's scary how good they are when they're having fun. We saw this again yesterday, but also, with the name tags turned off, if you didn't know who was playing who, it felt like that SMB were playing the style of Gambit, and Gambit were playing the style of SMB. And Kaquka, you made this really good point of the counter strat to no strats, but also the counter strat to the counter strat. So Gambit, they're 10 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, completely. I mean, maybe I have to go Russian to understand all of this, but I feel like they were just trying to have fun and play as good as they could. And it's what Lothar say, it's the communication and the synergy that obviously Gambit has that gave him the victory on this Haven. And if I was a team that is going to Berlin and I have no clue of this Gambit team and I just see their scores on Haven, I'd be scared.
Redgar had 198 ADR on Haven. Every round, he at least gets 1 kill and damages 1/3 of the next person. And when it comes to the comms, there was one good example when they were retaking 3 versus 4, Nats with a huge flank, and he knows exactly where everyone is because people from side are feeding him the information. So he just goes through walls, gets a kill, gets a double kill, close out the entire retake, and they close, if I remember, that was the last round of defense. Absolutely phenomenal, and I'm looking forward to Gambit playing Berlin Masters.
Yeah, I am too. But before we move on, let's just have a look at Redgar's Jet again, shall we?
Please. Nice.
I mean, he's not expected to pop off on this agent, but in this round, which you guys are about to see, he basically, you know, we wanted to see him use the knives. You know, behind the scenes, we were like, is he going to use the knife? What are we going to do? How is he going to pull it off? I think it's coming. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. No one was expecting this Kaquka, but it's so satisfying to watch.
We were in the green room just waiting. Please, Observer, just give us Redga with the knives. And look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. Not just one. Not just one.
It's just beautiful. I mean, and that's just kept pushing, but he's trying to hide, but look at the way he uses the smokes. He's completely reckless. Thank you, Redga, for this content.
He outplayed Izzy, Jet on Jet.
It's actually beautiful. I mean, we saw this on Reyna as well. He had a really, really good performance on Reyna. And this is what you want to see from your IGL, right? He's not trolling. Like Angel said, they don't do these things just to troll. And Lothar, maybe Redgar just really wants to try his hand on the duelist, but he still gives 100%.
Maybe on attack he should play Jet instead of Defo. You know,
he
was going in those sides very aggressive. I really liked it. I really like how Redgar played that Jet on attack, even though it was basic, but he was opening so much space for the team.
Yeah, but we also got to talk about the other team in this best of 5. They showed up massive on the first map. You know, the momentum slowed a little bit more as the series went on, but we got to remember, Kaquka, this is a new team. This isn't like Gambit, where they've been together for over a year. This is the new Turkish super team, and they will also be going to Berlin.
Yeah, it's what, 2-3 months that they've been together tops. They have been doing a great job. I just felt like they knew that Ascent was going to be such a hard mark for them because they knew that Gambit was really strong on it, that they just focused on counter-stratting and just get in that one. And it was brilliant, don't get me wrong, but was it enough to get the series? Apparently not.
Yeah, I was super impressed with SMB on the first map. Not gonna lie, like strategically, I think they played sound, and it was a good example of how to play against a team like Gambit. I'm not sure what happened for the next maps because they didn't look like the same team. But, you know, they're here after 40 days of playing together. Power as the new IGL. And as we heard in the interview, in Heretics, he wasn't really communicating with the team because of the language barrier. Now he plays in an entirely Turkish team. So this is a very good example of how native language will affect the entire team. I mean, both of those teams are speaking the same language. It's not English, right? We have one Turkish team and one Russian team. So it's actually showing how big of a factor is comfort in communications, right? And I would look, we have what? Less than a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to Berlin Masters, right?
Three-ish weeks, yeah.
That's not much for SMB to like be prepared for it, especially since you have to also be ready for other regions, right? But I do look forward to SMB play against other regions because I feel like they're comfortable against more, let's say, standard play than Gambit, because Gambit plays slow, right?
It's half of the time that they've been together. So I guess that 20 days is a long time for them.
Yep. So I feel like we actually have a very good representation coming to Berlin Masters.
Oh yeah, we have a great representation. You know, like you guys said, it hasn't been long for this SMB roster whatsoever. But if this is what they can do in their first big important tournament, the future is going to be scary. And speaking of the future, David P a couple of days ago on the desk told us that one player he believes is one of the best in the world right now, and also the future of European EMEA, even VALORANT, and that guy is Nat. And would you guys believe it? He is also your pay safe card player of the match. I believe, Kaquka, that he's won it pretty much every single time he's been nominated. And for me, he's my player of the tournament as well.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. We have to give it to someone in Gambit, and if it has to be someone, it definitely has to be Nats. It doesn't matter what he's playing. He's just so good at his role and individual performance.
I just love how min-maxing style he represents when it comes to ability usage. He tries to get every single scrape out of the bowl, you know, when it comes to usage, like of the Cypher cages, of the toxic orbs, of the snake bites, how he tries to gain space by using that utility and also uses it to pinch and make traps for his team is actually absolutely insane. I would love to make a breakdown of his plays later on because this is actually massive, how much of an impact he has, even when it doesn't mean it gets a kill.
I mean, in a meta where not that many teams are always running the Viper on every map, Cypher on every map, Nats, I feel like he's really redefining what it means to be a Cypher player. But we got to look ahead because I want to ask you, Lothar, because you said before EU, EMEA, we're a little bit behind. NA, you believe they're ahead of us. But after watching this grand final, seeing what both of these teams can do alongside Ascent and G2, do you still feel that way?
I feel like the EU teams are definitely still behind when it comes to the metagame development. Gambit is in a good way, but they have another issue, which is the attacking side, right? Something that we have been continuously criticizing the way of attacking Gambit's, the way the Gambit attacks. But in general, I feel like those are easy fixes. Those are easy fixes that Gambit can definitely make for Berlin Masters, and I don't feel worried at all when it comes to our representation coming to Berlin.
I think we're fine. I mean, I do agree that there are some changes that need to be made, but I feel like the pacing is good. I feel like, for example, teams like G2, that they've made so many changes in so little time and having to adapt to the competition and getting here. I mean, you cannot do everything. No one can. I just hope that in this 20 days, something changes.
Well, I'm all up in that hopium. I feel like we are more than fine. I feel like we're going to top 4 every single one of these 4 teams. Semi-finals, once again, Gambit versus Supermassive, G2 versus Ascent. I'm not upset about it. I'm all for it. I definitely think they're going to get out of their groups, though, but I'm very, very happy with the representation we're going to have. But before we close everything off, this is the last desk of Stage 3 here at EMEA. It's been emotional. I want to ask you guys what's been your highlight of Stage 3 in Europe, in EMEA, in this region in general. I'll give you a moment to think about it. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened. It doesn't have to be like a specific play or anything, but just a general thing that you've loved about this stage. If we cast our eyes back to Stage 2, I think a lot of people would have said the rise of Fnatic and Liquid. These two teams kind of coming out of nowhere, going to Iceland, Fnatic in particular. But in this scenario, if you guys can remember as far back as what's been happening over the last few months, what would you say is your highlight, Lothar?
For me, it's the rise of the other regions. I mean, EMEA, in my eyes, this is one region because in ranked play, we all play together. We have Russians, we have Turkish people, we have European, other countries representing ourselves and mixing it up in ranked. And I perceive it the same way here. But I really would wanted to see CIS and Turkish teams just qualify because that brings the entire region together. Now we have one Turkish team, one Russian team, and 2 EU mixes together. That's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's the perfect proportion. And if I have to say something from here, I mean, I've cried watching the games yesterday of laughter. So that is something that I'm never going to forget. Also cried watching Guild Listen, but okay. Yeah.
I was going to say, surely Bonka has been your highlight of this entire
I've been screaming
stage.
to a monitor on my face. You have it recorded.
Yeah.
You guys are not going to see it, but say thank you.
Well, yeah, I've loved this, guys. It's been great to work with the both of you as well, and all of our analysts and casters. Now, you guys at home, you have a big job. Okay, so you're voting for player of the match every single time the games are on, but this time you got to vote for the play MVP even of the week. We have 3 players here. I'm going to massively abuse my power and tell you exactly who to vote for. We got Nats, we got Shadows, we got Pora, 3 world-class players. All 3 players are going to show up and tear it up in Berlin. I have no doubt. But if you're not voting for Nats, then what are you doing, guys? Then what are you doing?
I think it should be a natural choice.
Oh, God.
We need to stop. It's been enough, okay? It's been very very
that's
long
the cue.
10
That's the
days.
cue. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. But it's not over yet. There's still more Valorant. I know you guys are going to be very sad about not being able to watch EMEA Valorant for a while until Berlin Masters, but definitely go check out Brazil. They are coming in hot. They have their grand finals on today, starting at 10 p.m. CEST over at Valorant_Brazil. Now, Lothar, Iceland, we had Sharks and Vikings, and it seems like going to Masters, a new set of teams, much like we have here in EMEA.
I mean, honestly, didn't have time yet to watch the VODs, but I will do that first time tomorrow because in Iceland, I feel like the Brazilian region brought so much attention to this entire tournament, right? But the expectations weren't met. So I'm really looking forward to what is going to happen now with the Brazilian region here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Brazil, great region, great players, but, you know, EMEA, we're not scared of them. We're not scared of anybody. Bias host here, I'm going to own that role. Now, that is all the time we have for today. That's it. Stage 3 EMEA is over. Gambit are your winners. They, alongside G2, Ascend, and Supermassive Blaze, will be representing EMEA at Masters in Berlin. Thank you so much to all of the casters, all of the analysts, observers as well, and everybody that worked on this show. It's been an absolute blast. We will be back here in Berlin for Masters starting on September 10th. We'll see you then.
pointing their fingers, but we're never gonna do as we're told. We're painting by numbers, chasing rainbows like we're looking for gold. Through the oceans, through the desert, across the mountains, on 100 fields of gold. We were born to be legends, but we chose to take the bitter road. We're never looking back, we are the runaways. We try never to stay the same. When skies are turning black, we're dancing in the rain. We fly